independent countries within the Caribbean. And therefore, that is the reason why we need an organization like the OECS so that we can sit together and work through challenges as a Caribbean family. And that is why it's so important that your Premier, Premier Wheatley, is here, because he's not just the Premier on the ground. He has to also respond to regional organizations and so forth to make sure that the BVI, as I try to position St. Kitts and Nevis well.
Absolutely. And for all intents and purposes, they say that we should not compete. But the Caribbean has one common denomination that everybody likes, it's tourism, sun, sea, and sand. But here at this space, it's a coming together for the different nations. Now, a lot of people, at least in the Virgin Islands, they challenge the Premier in terms of traveling. Could you do this via Zoom? From your point of view, Prime Minister Drew, why is it important to show up for your country in real time, face to face with all of the other premiers and prime ministers?
Right, because when you're governing, you're not just governing on the ground. You have to govern within regional organizations, which are very important for the advancement of your country. And so when you come in person and you can meet other leaders and head of states and governments and so forth, you can really discuss the issues and distill them to the benefit of your country. That will not always be resolved by a Zoom meeting, for example. We do Zoom meetings very frequently. However, we have chosen to meet in person a number of times per year so that we can deal with some critical matters that are affecting the region. For example, the issue of climate change.
Yes.
We need to sit together and deal with that. You speak about tourism. Climate change can impact our tourism product negatively. And therefore, how are we going to confront that as a region? BVI by itself cannot do it. St. Kitts and Nevis by itself cannot do it. No country within the OECS by themselves can do it. So, but coming together, we can have a regional approach which can help to resolve the matters for us as individual nations and countries or territories. And therefore, that is why it is important that we participate in events like this. Not just to extend the point a little bit, if you were to look at the leaders of any other country, you see that they travel from time to time.
Yes.
The President of the United States, the President of France, the President of China, wherever they are found, you see them travel from time to time because they have, one, a local responsibility, of course, to take care of people, but they have to operate within a regional and international atmosphere and environment to make sure that their country, the countries are protected.
Very well said, Prime Minister Drew. Now, in the British Virgin Islands, we say the Virgin Islands really, we have lots of people from St. Kitts and Nevis, and I know that they'll be very proud of you. I know they wear a St. Kitts Nevis hand on one hand and left hand, and on the right hand, they will have some, concessions for Virgin Islands as well. Now, because there's such a heavy population of Kittitians and Nevisians, am I saying it correctly?
Nevisians.
I want to make sure they won't get upset with me. In the Virgin Islands, are you interested in trying to get any of the people that live in the Virgin Islands repatriated back to St. Kitts and Nevis?
Well, let me say, I had a meeting here with our people who live here.
Yes.
And one of the things I said to them that, you live outside of St. Kitts and Nevis, but you can still contribute. So you don't necessarily have to return in person, but we are creating a diaspora unit that functions in such a way that you can contribute to your country even though you're away. So I asked them to still contribute. They can still invest. They can contribute their skills and talents and so in different ways. So they don't necessarily have to come back to St. Kitts and Nevis. But one thing I'll say is that you can take them out of St. Kitts and Nevis, but you can't take St. Kitts and Nevis out of there.
As a Virgin Islander, I'm not going to comment on that on camera, but I get it. You are the Prime Minister and your focal point will be for the people of St. Kitts and Nevis.
Good morning, everyone. The prayer this morning will be by Minister in Training, Sister Melissa Belinda Bat of the Moravian Church Christian Council. Sister.
Good morning. I read in your hearing a portion of Psalm 24, verses 1 to 6, a psalm of David. The earth is the Lord and the fullness thereof, the world and they that dwell therein. For he hath founded it upon the seas, and established it upon the floods. Who shall ascend into the hill of the Lord? Or who shall stand in his holy place? For he that hath clean hands and a pure heart, who hath not lifted up his soul unto vanity, nor sworn deceitfully, he shall receive the blessing from the Lord, and righteousness from the God of his salvation. May we pray. King of glory, creator of the universe, we approach your throne on this 21st day of March 2025, bringing before you the sitting of this National Assembly of St. Christopher and Nevis. God, we pray that you who art enthroned in heaven will be exalted in this gathering, that the matters tabled for discussion will be for the betterment of the people of St. Kitts and Nevis, that deliberations here will be pleasing to you, O God, that it will be pleasing to you, and that you, God, will grant divine wisdom to all participating. As this national body faces fierce challenges and opportunities on the local and international front, God, may they be guided by you and follow your instructions in humility of service. The words that are spoken here, God, and the actions displayed, Lord God, may seek to unify our nation and bring glory to your name. May your will be done here on earth, God, as it is in heaven, in the mighty name of Jesus, our Lord and our Savior. And may the people of God say, amen.
Amen. Thank you, Sister Bat. You may be seated. I recognize the Honorable Member for St. Christopher 3.
Madam Speaker, with your leave, I rise to move a motion to have the order paper amended to remove under item P, Income Tax Amendment Bill 2025 from the order paper. So again, I move to have the Income Tax Amendment Bill 2025 removed from the Public Business Bill second reading.
The question is that the order, seconder.
Madam Speaker, I rise to second the motion.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The question is that the order paper be amended as moved. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
Confirmation of minutes.
Minister deferred.
Messages from the Governor General.
There are no messages, but we have the fiat. Honorable members, I have received a fiat from the Governor General as we are about to embark on the reading of the income tax and the plastic waste reduction bill 2025. The fiat reads as follows. In pursuance of Section 43 of the St. Christopher and Nevis Constitution Order 1983 and acting in accordance with the advice of the Cabinet, I recommend for the introduction into the National Assembly the following. 1. Plastic Waste Reduction Bill 2025, dated the 19th day of March 2025, and it is signed by our Governor General, De Marcella Liebert. Signification of the Minister in respect of the above matter, in accordance with Standing Order Rules 25 and 54, and it is to the Honorable Speaker. I signify that Her Excellency, the Governor General, acting in accordance with the advice of the Cabinet and in pursuance of the relevant provisions of the Constitution, recommends the introduction, dated the 21st day of March 2025, and signed by the Minister of Finance, the Honorable Dr. Terence Drew.
Announcements by the Speaker.
We have two announcements. One, rather. I'm in receipt of two notices in relation to the Honorable Member for St. Christopher 6 and in relation to the Honorable Member for St. Christopher 7, who are both out of the jurisdiction and will not be present this morning for our proceedings. Those are the notices.
Presentation of papers and of reports from committees. Petitions. Government notices. Unofficial notices. Questions. Requests for leave to move the adjournment of the National Assembly on matters of urgent public importance. Statements by ministers.
I recognize the Honorable Senator, Dr. Clark.
Madam Speaker, honorable members of Parliament, to all audiences listening in from the gallery or remotely, Happy International Forest Day, or Day of the Forest. Today I know we celebrate many international days, two in particular which we observed on the gallery or the lookout of the Parliament building. But I also want to use this opportunity to acknowledge that today, 21st of March, is also the celebration of International Day of the Forest. On the 18th of March, we celebrated International Recycling Day. Tomorrow, we will be celebrating World Water Day. And on the 31st of March, we will be celebrating Zero Waste Day. The month of March is particularly important for environmental celebratory days for our ministry, and it is our intention to always acknowledge these days. I suspect that when many of us hear the word forest, seldom it is next to the thought of food, and when we mention forested areas, many minds may not automatically gravitate to mountain ranges, guts, and coastal areas of St. Kitts and Nevis. But the reality is that forestry dominates a large portion of the landscape of both islands, provides us with an abundance in forms of ecological biodiversity and protection, recreation and wellness-based opportunities, and agricultural prosperity. On our islands, forested areas are markers of our local identities, running like critical veins into our communities. From our Central Reserve National Park in St. Kitts, including all lands 1,000 feet above the contour line, and spanning Olives in the south through Virchil's Peak in the center and Mount Lyamega in the north, to the dry woodland forest running from Canada Estate to the southeast peninsula. The vital coastal forests that mark our shorelines and our sister isle of Nevis, the lush expanse of Nevis Peak. Nature's very own supermarkets are what forests are often described as, and in many instances, they are more like one-stop shops. For St. Kitts and Nevis, I know this to be absolutely correct. Where agriculture and food security are concerned, our forested areas are home to a range of pollinators like bees, bats, and butterflies. Creatures that support plant reproduction, which in turn transforms into healthy food production, abundant harvest, and food security. For farmers and agriculturalists, our forested areas provide shady canopies that help regulate temperature and mitigate the intensity of solar radiation on crops and fertile, stable soils that reduces erosion, allowing for good water infiltration, which means good things for crop yields and quality production. And what would our islands be without our homegrown remedies? Organic essential medicines and bush teas like trumpet bush that helps build immunity to fight colds and other viral illnesses. Or St. John's wort, packed with antioxidants and iron, the neem bush, rainforest bush, and the moringa trees. Because our forestry thrives, these iconic antidotes can all be accessed and harvested in keeping our cultural practices alive by allowing us to pass down the wisdom and utility of harnessing nature's treatment. for the fishing industries on both islands, our forests offer vital raw materials like cherry wood found in Nevis and Eugenia sap in St. Kitts that our indigenous fisher folk use to construct fish traps, an indispensable tool in their trade. Statistics for 2022 show that an estimated 2,420 traps were made using approximately 26,000 kilograms of wood harvested from our forested areas. Imagine how different the operation would be if we didn't have this resource at our disposal. Similarly, in tourism, with forest tours and hikes, there are tremendous benefits. Without the scenic, awe-inspiring flora and fauna rooted across our mountain ranges and coastlines, can we even begin to conceive of a sustainable tourism product? How would we enjoy natural treats like sea grapes, tamarind, coconut, West Indian almond, without the contribution of our forested area? It is clear that if we really stopped and took a moment to notice, it would be easy to appreciate the wide range of support our forests provide. These are national assets. We didn't work to have them. They were gifted to us by our Creator, the Creator of our universe and of our planet. However, regardless of their many functions and contributions, we cannot simply treat them as merely profitable real estate to be abused. There is a line of defense that we must protect, an essential protective barrier, a livelihood facilitator, and a source of respite and facilitation, all credible attributes of our forest. The government, in doing its part to secure the preservation and conservation of these sacred areas, we declared the Central Forest Reserve National Park and the Royal Bastille Valley National Park as protected areas. Both landscapes make up 12,974 acres, or 31.14% of the landmass of St. Kitts, and we do look forward to similar declaration for Nevis Peak. Our guts, our verdant valleys, are considered special areas of attention, and because of the variety of plant life that grows and thrives there. Our forestry unit at the Department of Environment, with the assistance of the IUCN-led project titled Improving Environmental Management Through Sustainable Land Management in St. Kitts and Nevis, is progressing with restoration efforts of 45.7 acres of land, including the incorporation of fruit trees. Grants have been received through the St. Christopher and Nevis Conservation Foundation and are being put towards supporting conservation-related activities in forested areas, which involves forest enrichment, engagement with local communities, environmental education awareness in schools, and habitat and species management. This is how a sustainable island state works in real time to manage, care for, and strengthen its resources to secure a sustainable future. However, these actions are just one hand. We need two hands to clap. We, us, the individuals, the parliament, the government, both cabinets, every single Kittitian and Nevisian must understand the importance of respecting our environment, our precious lands that we so proudly call home. In closing, today, on this International Day of Forest, I want to ask all of us to recognize our forested areas as the unsung heroes of our country. I ask us to walk the path of sustainability and environmental stewardship by respecting and protecting our forest, our guts, our coastlines, our protected areas. When you venture into the green of our mountains and breathe in the peace, coolness, and fresh air, or when you stop to admire the beauty of our shorelines or the breathtaking panorama that is our peninsula, I ask you to treat these gifts with respect, being mindful to conserve, preserve, and protect. I ask you to support these lands as they continue to support you every day. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you to the Honorable Senator, Dr. Clark. I recognize the Honorable Senator Phillip.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to make a very brief statement on the occasion of World Down Syndrome Day. In addition to all of our environmental days that we're learning about from the Honorable Senator, I think, we know today, March 21st, is annually, each year, the world pauses to recognize and celebrate the lives and achievements and contributions of individuals living with Down syndrome. Madam Speaker, for those of us who may not be aware, Down syndrome is a genetic condition where a person is born with an extra copy of chromosome 21, leading to developmental and intellectual delays. And there are common symptoms, physical symptoms that we are aware of that persons with Down syndrome typically display. Sometimes they're shorter, have smaller ears, have a flatter nose. And these are typical symptoms of persons who are born with this extra copy of chromosome 21. People with Down syndrome also often experience mild to moderate intellectual disability and may face some health challenges throughout their lives. World Down Syndrome Day serves as a reminder of the importance of inclusion, acceptance, and support for people with Down syndrome and other intellectual disabilities. As a government and a wider society, we recognize that we must continue to break down barriers to ensure that every person, regardless of their ability, can fully participate in the various aspects of nation building. Through the Ministry of Youth Empowerment, Aging, and Disabilities, we are committed to strengthening policies and programs that increase awareness, promote accessibility, education, and employment opportunities for individuals with Down syndrome. As a society, I want to encourage all of us to increase our understanding of persons living with Down syndrome and other intellectual disabilities, and commit to building a more inclusive future for all. And of course, I like teachable moments, so I'm here to offer some very practical ways that we can actually be more inclusive in our day-to-day lives. Being more inclusive of people with Down syndrome really involves creating an environment where they are treated with respect, dignity, and acceptance. And some of the ways that we can do that is, one, we can promote and encourage a greater understanding of awareness of their condition and their experience of the world. So I want to encourage people to kind of educate ourselves about Down syndrome, understand the condition, so that we can help to reduce stigma and misconceptions around persons living with Down syndrome, thereby leading to more acceptance of the community. Pardon me, I have a cold. We can also encourage social participation by involving people with Down syndrome in social activities. They're actually very affectionate and very social people. You would have seen that from the match and our greeting of them here at government headquarters. Whether that's in school, in the workplace, in recreational settings, persons with Down syndrome often like to participate in the same activities as their peers and are very willing to learn. We can adapt our communication. People with Down syndrome may have different communication needs. And so sometimes it requires us to be more patient, to use much simpler and clearer language when it's necessary, and to use both verbal and visual cues to help aid their understanding. So I want to encourage us to recognize that sometimes we just need to adapt the way that we communicate with them so that they can better understand us. Of course, we want to always celebrate their strengths. Not because persons have a disability means that they're not able to contribute productively. We want to focus on individual strengths and abilities rather than their limitations. Everyone has unique talents, and people with Down syndrome can certainly excel in a variety of areas, including art, sports, music, and social relationships. we want to, of course, foster their independence. And that is part of what we seek to do through the ministry in terms of through a government in creating more inclusive society. And we encourage independence by seeking to offer opportunities for persons with Down syndrome to make their own choices and engage in decision making. I want to take the opportunity to recognize the institution, Addie's Place, which is actually an educational institution that seeks to support persons living with intellectual disabilities, especially young persons, so that they learn life skills to be able to become a lot more independent and self-dependent. I recognize Ms. Chatterton, who's really the founder of Addie's Place, and Ms. Clarice Cotton, who is a continued champion doing the work to make sure that Addie's Place is continued to be sustained as a space that really helps young persons with disabilities to be able to develop and foster independence. Finally, we seek to support inclusive education in our advocacy for more inclusive classrooms so that children with Down syndrome can learn alongside their peers with the appropriate modifications and support. I recognize, the Cotton Thomas Comprehensive School, which is where we are which is well known for supporting children with a variety of disabilities, but we also have different programs that I know the Ministry of Education supports, including the Unified Sports Program. Sports is an avenue that we often use to bring students with disabilities and persons who don't have disabilities together, and that is a program that is being led through the Ministry of Education and the Department of Sports, and it's been quite successful. Of course, I have to recognize Special Olympics for the work that they do to ensure that our students with disabilities have an opportunity to develop and display their athletic abilities with their participation in international Special Olympics meets and events. And so this is part of the commitment, and these are some of just small ways that all of us as a society and as a government in terms of what we can do to create a more inclusive environment and more inclusive spaces, more inclusive practices, so that as a society we can help people with Down syndrome lead a much fuller and more integrated lives. It is my hope, of course, as minister responsible, that we all learn and grow to see the person before we see the disability, because that is often the request and the very simple wish and desire of persons living with disabilities. So happy World Down Syndrome Day to everyone, and may it please you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Senator Phillip. Any other statements? We will proceed.
Personal explanations. Motions relating to the business of the National Assembly and moved by a minister. Introduction of bills and bills first reading.
Madam,
No, go ahead.
Go ahead.
The mic, please.
Yes.
Thank you. I recognize the Honorable Senator, Dr. Clark.
Right, Madam Speaker, with your leave, I rise to have read for the first time the Income Tax Amendment Bill 2025, and I table it before this Honorable House. May it please you, Madam Speaker.
So for the record, the mover of the bill is the Honorable Member for St. Christopher 8. Seconder, I recognize the Honorable Attorney General.
I rise to second the motion, Madam Speaker.
The question is that the bill shortly entitled the Income Tax Amendment Bill 2025 be read a first time. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
A bill to amend the Income Tax Act, Cap 20.22, and for related matters, otherwise known as the Income Tax Amendment Bill 2025.
The bill shortly entitled Income Tax Amendment Bill 2025 has been read a first time. Next bill. I recognize the Honorable Senator, Dr. Clark.
Madam Speaker, I rise and seek your leave to have read in this honorable House for the first time the Plastic Waste Reduction Bill 2025.
Seconder? Seconder? I recognize the honourable member for St. Christopher 3.
Madam Speaker, with your leave, I rise to second the motion.
Thank you. The question is that the bill shortly entitled Plastic Waste Reduction Bill 2025 be read a first time. Those in favour? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
A bill to control and restrict the manufacture, importation, distribution, and sale of single-use plastic items to reduce the significant environmental impact of single-use plastics, including pollution of marine and terrestrial ecosystems, harm to wildlife, risks to human health, and contribution to the overall waste management crisis by promoting sustainable alternatives and safeguarding our natural resources for future generations, otherwise known as the Plastic Waste Reduction Bill 2025.
The bill shortly entitled Plastic Waste Reduction Bill 2025 has been read a first time.
Public business. Bills, second reading.
I recognize the Honourable Senator, Dr. Clark.
Madam Speaker, with your leave, I rise to lead the debate and have read for a second time in this Honourable House the bill shortly entitled the Plastic Waste Reduction Bill 2025. Madam Speaker, it is with serious responsibility and acknowledgement of the benefit of collective efforts that I rise to debate this Plastic Waste Reduction Bill 2025. I start by asking us, why are we here today? Think about it. We are here today to protect people, planet, and livelihoods. Plastics are directly linked to economic diversification and empowerment, to planetary health, and to human health. A key pillar of this nation's sustainability agenda is Pillar 6, the circular economy. This is an economic system based on the reuse, the regeneration, and the recycling of materials. Simply put, it's a production system which involves sharing, repairing, and recycling of existing materials as much as possible and as long as possible. We can take a simple example from our existing waste disposal habits here in St. Kitts and Nevis. Our landfill, it has scrap metal. This, for St. Kitts and for Nevis, it's discarded metal materials that are suitable for reprocessing and recycling. However, here, it's simply piled in a stock on our landfill. For many countries, scrap metal is a valuable source of raw material for recycling, for industries like steel, copper, and aluminum. These small pieces of metal are viable sources of income for many countries, for many communities. Here, we separate our items into cells, and of course, the critical next step, which is economic generation or income generation, is missed. Circularity encourages the reuse, the recycle, the repurposing, and the attainment of livelihoods. We are forced with this notion of circularity in our Sustainable Island State agenda to push for durability, longevity, sharing, repurposing. I repeat and reiterate for emphasis. We are pushed to purchase less, to replace less, and to share our resources. But certainly, everything that we do in the environmental agenda isn't solely about planetary protection. It's also economic. The vision of the Ministry of Environment et al., that's the Environment, Climate Action, Constituency Empowerment, Solid Waste Management Corporation, and Parks and Beaches, have been driven by a very simple vision of making climate resilience, environmental stewardship, and pollution control a bread and butter issue, directly connected to our pockets, our livelihoods, and our survival. So I'm going to use this opportunity to thank the ministry, past and present leaders, for championing not just the Sustainable Island State agenda, but the environmental stewardship agenda and the climate resilience agenda. Thank you so much for championing 4 long years of work to ensure we got to this critical stage of passing legislation. I think that deserves a little acknowledgement. For 2.5 years, the ministry has been mapping, conceptualizing, verifying, and fine-tuning the various elements of this March 31 ban on single-use plastics. However, transparently, and I've said this many times before, the work did not start with the assumption of my role as the Minister of Environment. Before me, the member for Nevis 10 has championed and supported this critical work. It would be very prudent of us to extend parliamentary thanks to the member for Nevis 10 for his outstanding work from previous years. So from 4 years plus, we have engaged various stakeholders, agencies and local businesses, manufacturers, waste management corporations, government agencies, and bilateral partners, including local partners, the Ministry of Trade, Finance, Tourism, Customs and Excise, small businesses, Bureau of Standards, the Legal Department, ETAL, and together we have charted a course for the implementation of the single-use plastic ban. So what's the real problem with plastics? We are all aware of the mountain of challenges that we face with plastic pollution. So I'm not going to belabor the point, but naturally I have an obligation to share our reality. And I do welcome the slides of the mountains of plastic cells at the St. Kitts landfill. So the first commercial plastic, which probably was produced in about 1907, is still on planet Earth and will be here for a very long time. Because as we know, a very simple fact, they don't just disappear. Plastic is one of the largest threats our oceans face. It's the cornerstone of civilization with over 400 tons produced annually. More than half of the plastics, admittedly, go to the landfill. Some of it is incinerated, recycled, and upcycled. But about 20% of plastic is not produced, is not properly collected, and ends up as litter. For a small island developing state, yes, thank you. These are our cells of plastic at the St. Kitts, the Solid Waste Management Corporation landfill, getting ready to be baled, but this is what we generate every single year. Yes. So for St. Kitts and Nevis, such a large scale and often indiscriminate disposal of these inorganic items, the plastic bag, the bottle, the cup, the cutlery, the bottle cap, amongst other things, overpower our waste management systems and clogs our landfill. The problem of plastic emissions is most acute in countries where incomes are growing, like us here in St. Kitts and Nevis, where plastic consumption is growing, but waste management systems and infrastructures, as you can see, struggle to effectively deal with increasing consumption. Plastic waste on land can be managed, but for coastal mountainous countries like St. Kitts and Nevis, we have a serious problem, especially with oceanic plastic waste. Our guts are arteries connecting mountainous land-based waste to the ocean. During storms and rain events, plastic makes its way to our oceans using our guts. This means that 80% of the litter on land will end up in our oceans. Floating plastic in the ocean eventually makes it back to somebody's shoreline. And we have plastics washing up on our shoreline that their source is far away, as far as the Atlantic and Pacific. This has very serious consequences for fishing industry, for the tourism industry, and results in heavy cleanup costs that we bear for our coastal communities. The plastics which don't reach the beach or don't beach will sink, some of them, the PET bottles in particular, but many of them, including plastic caps, will float for many years. And then eventually they accumulate in massive subtropic oceanic areas called gyres, which are massive circular currents which trap plastic for decades. I'm certain many of us have heard of the Great Pacific Plastic Trap. Google it when you have time. There was once one, there is now 5. In the Caribbean, we have our own plastic trap developing. It is seriously problematic. Let's think of just the visual aesthetics. Can you imagine a cruise ship, Royal Caribbean, sailing through our oceans and diverting through plastic waste? Or tourists swimming on our beach and pushing away plastic bottles? Seriously problematic. The problem continues when we consider the serious challenge of ghost fishing. And this is a very problematic issue. Abandoned fishing gear, which then become ghost fishing material. Abandoned nets, abandoned lines, which trap fish. Fishermen don't want them anymore. Trawlers don't need them anymore. They leave them in the ocean. And these are critical problems that we're having. And connected to this, these plastics trapped in this oceanic plastic trap slowly disintegrate. And they disintegrate into microplastics. And fish consume them. And we are a fish-eating country. Then we consume the fish with the microplastics. And then we become sick. But I'll leave the medical part to other contributors. But the challenge is marine biologists no longer ask if our marine life has plastic. The question is, how much? So we've seen every viral video of plastic straws stuck in the nose of a turtle, of the plastic trap, of turtles with the rims around their neck. It's very problematic for our marine life. And our economies are tied to marine resources. Our economies are tied to tourism development. So what we're doing here in the Ministry of Environment is not just to protect planet and animals and marine life and health, but to protect your livelihoods and your income. To get here, we've had a very long period of consultation. There are many options for dealing with plastic pollution. The reality is it's not driven by a demand for the product only, but rather by increasing supply and demand for products that we really love. Coca-Cola, bottled water, the convenience, the simplicity serves us, but creates a lasting problem for the environment. The reality is, too, that we can't landfill, bury, incinerate, nor recycle our way out of the plastic trap. We can scoop up all of the plastic in the environment, but where are we going to send it? Which country is going to accept it? Gone are the days when China accepted other people's waste. We can't put it in the ocean. It cannot fit in our landfill. And we cannot send it to space. So what do we do? The solution here is that we have to turn the plastic tap off. I heard one analogy which said, dealing with plastic by recycling or incinerating is like being in a bathtub with the tap on with a spoon trying to bail out the water from the bathtub. It's totally impossible. To deal with plastics, we must turn off the plastic tap. We have chosen to turn off the plastic tap by shutting down the production of plastic with real policies that create systemic change, phasing out single-use plastics that pollute the most, ending fossil fuel subsidies that fuel big plastic production, and holding companies responsible for the plastic waste that they produce. A zero-waste future which is sustainable, circular, and supports people, planet, and livelihoods requires systematic, strategic, and targeted solutions with appropriate legislation. And that is why we're here today. The SDGs and the plastic ban are interconnected. In banning single-use plastics here in St. Kitts and Nevis, we are advancing our attainment of the Sustainable Development Goals. SDG number 3, good health and well-being. SDG number 6, clean water and sanitation. SDG number 11, sustainable cities and communities. SDG 12, responsible consumption and production. SDG 13, climate action. SDG 14, life below water. And SDG 16, life on land. We didn't get here without partnership for environmental awareness and diplomacy. In St. Kitts and Nevis, we have opted for the phased ban approach with supporting legislation. Importantly, the complementary work of the St. Kitts and Nevis Solid Waste Management and Recycling Program, in partnership with our longest friends, the Republic of China on Taiwan, and its Taiwan ICDF program, has yielded tremendous results, of which we should never fail to applaud and recognize. Allow me to extend sincere thanks to our friends and partners in our drive to sustainability. So I'm encouraging now all government departments which have not yet started their plastic collection program to establish a plastic bottle drop collection space. This can be as simple as we've done in our ministry, a box for bottles. Very simple. Collect your plastic bottles, have them taken to the landfill. Now, if you reference Section 5 of the actual bill, which speaks to our phased out period, we have been working across a phased implementation timeline to allow everyone to acquaint themselves with the bill. Here, this period speaks to, we began in 2004, December, with the ban on the importation of T-shirt plastic shopping bags, and a willing shift, we went 2024. Thank you so much. To second gear, which is happening in the next couple days, on 31st March 2025, the ban on sale and distribution of those plastics. On the 30th of April 2025, we're moving to the ban on the importation of styrofoam containers and egg crates and single-use plastic straws, which will be followed by a ban on the distribution of these items in July 2025. Our last phase will commence on the 31st of August 2025 with a ban on the importation of single-use plastic plates, cups, and cutlery, followed by a ban on the distribution of the same on the 30th of November 2025. We wanted to make certain that this transition was not rushed or haphazardly done, but rather executed smoothly, sensibly over time and with full consideration for the undeniable impacts it will have on local individuals, the business owners, the vendors, the consumers, the retailers, and all other stakeholders. Interestingly, our research and outreach revealed a pre-existing readiness among stakeholders. They were actually the ones expressing concern to us about the plastic waste in communities, the ecological consequences, the strain it places on our waste management systems, and the negative implications of this pollution on our island's natural beauty, our tourism product. In our community surveys, we were being told by local businesses of the challenges related to plastics and the need to introduce viable alternatives to kick-start change. And on the importance of data-backed decision-making. Back in 2019, following a national coastal cleanup, and you've heard me reference the cost to communities and our ministry to have these annual cleanups, it was found that plastic waste made up the most of the debris we collected. Over 3,000 plastic pieces, 3,600 plastic bottles, and 3,000 bottle caps were removed from our shorelines. And we didn't touch every beach in 2019, and we can never touch every beach in an annual cleanup. And these items, they represent only a small portion of the total amount of plastic litter, as most plastic waste items remain unaccounted for. The raw data that highlights the magnitude of this issue is saying, through facts and figures, that there is an urgent need for policy changes to curb these harmful trends. These consultations, coupled with the clear evidence of the environmental and economic cost of single-use plastics and the broader global movement to reduce plastic pollution, have led us to the decisive action to protect the environment of St. Kitts and Nevis, now and for generations to come. So we engage stakeholders, and I will read the entire list. Major supermarkets, Montserrat Plastics, Customs and Excise, Bureau of Standards, Ministry of Tourism, all hotels, Department of Marine Resources, Small Business Development Center, Ministry of Trade, Agriculture, Chamber of Industry and Commerce, water bottle stakeholders, Ministry of Health, bakeries, hardware stores, TDC, ACE, Courts, Builders Paradise, Ricardo, Forum Deco, restaurants, pharmacies. We consulted with every government ministry, including Bureau of Standards, Customs and Excise, Tourism, the Ministry of Finance, Hosford's, Rams Trading, Best Buy, Kuma's, Chinese supermarkets, TDC Group of Companies, Harper's, Food Center, Odi Brisbane, St. Kitts Rotary Club, the Liamiga Rotary Club. Did we leave anybody out? No. And also checking if you're listening, we didn't leave anybody out. Importantly, I want to reference one of our meetings with Customs and Excise, where that meeting, the officers highlighted that the absence of legislation on the importation of T-shirt plastic bags was needed. While the and I think we have a photo of that meeting with Customs and Excise. While the single-use plastic ban was put in place on the 31st of December 2024, there were no legal provisions to allow customs to stop or seize shipments of the T-shirt bags, creating a gap in enforcement. The customs officers strongly urged the passing of this single-use ban legislation to address this issue so that it could be prioritized to prevent potential misuse. So we didn't come here on our own thinking that legislation was needed. There were departments and ministries which recommended that for their effective functioning in support of the ban, we needed legislation. The consultations with the Bureau of Standards, if we look at our second schedule, will note the labeling standards as indicated by the Bureau of Standards. So I want to thank the ministers here of Customs and Excise, that's our member for number 8, as well as the Minister of Trade, member for number 6, for the support of the entire staff and ministry in their respective ministries. The labeling standards are clearly outlined in the second schedule, and this gives an indication of the packaging and labeling standards and the environmental standards, including testing standards. The consultation with the Chamber of Industry and Commerce has been ongoing, productive, and deeply instructive. I think it is important for me to acknowledge the most recent correspondence between us and the Chamber of Industry and Commerce, which represents many of our business entities. The Chamber in January reached out for clarity on key options and impacts on some of their members with regards to clarity on acceptable alternatives, the timeline for cessation, the plastic sack producers, and of course, support to transition alternatives. To which our ministry made it absolutely clear that we did not identify any alternatives, biodegradable alternatives, because there is an ongoing regional debate about biodegradable standards. However, we are pushing that only reusable bags are encouraged as an acceptable alternative to ensure the effectiveness of the ban. Biodegradable and compostable bags are not permitted, as they often do not degrade effectively under local environmental conditions and could increase pollution. In the timeline for the cessation of the ban, we emphasized that the cessation of the plastic bags does not adversely affect distributors such as supermarkets, as these businesses typically provide bags to consumers free of charge. Given that these bags were originally intended for distribution, companies, as of today, with remaining stocks, are encouraged to distribute them to their consumers before the March 31 deadline. Some stakeholders have inquired about charging a fee for plastic bags, and the ministry recommends, but we have no objection to this practice prior to the deadline. However, it is important to emphasize that the ministry cannot and will not extend the 31st March ban. We have given stakeholders and businesses 12 months' notice to prepare for the transition, offering ample time for importers, distributors, and retailers to deplete existing stocks and adapt to new regulations. Stakeholders are asked to use the remaining time effectively to ensure compliance with stipulated deadline. For the impact on Montserrat Plastics, the Department of Environment has engaged in extensive communication with the sole producer of plastic t-shirt bags, Montserrat Plastics, to address the challenges posed by the ban. As a result of this collaboration, the company has developed a solution in the form of properly labeled reusable bags, meeting the requirements of the new regulations. As it relates to the support to transition to alternatives, we acknowledge the financial and logistic challenges associated with transitioning to alternatives, particularly for the retail sector. In recognition of this, the minister, that's me, in our budget speech in 2024, announced a 2-year concession period for paper-based alternatives and reusable bags to ease the burden on businesses. This measure aims to lower cost and incentivize the adoption of sustainable practices. We encourage all businesses to take advantage of this concession, which started in January 2025, and continues for 2 years to allow for a smooth transition and less financial burden on your small businesses. Madam Speaker, we continue our consultation and we can share our roadmap until next week. In fact, next week, Tuesday and Friday, we have planned consultations expecting over 75 stakeholders to sit with us as we work towards our deadline. As I mentioned, grants and concessions have been offered to relevant stakeholders to assist with the transition of small businesses to reusable bags. Now, Madam Speaker, let's be real, even more real for a moment. When we implemented the ban in December 2024, we acknowledged that behavioral change and adjustment was the driving force here. With this passing of the legislation, we are acknowledging that enforcement is critical to support behavioral change. Yesterday, I went to the supermarket, Value Mart, I think, and I bought one of their reusable bags because I was just too lazy to go back in the car to collect one of the 100 bags that are in my car. And the attendant said to me, "Would you like some plastic bags?" I said, "What's going on here?" I said, "Sure." And she gave me a roll of plastic bags. And I smiled and she said, "Would you like another roll?" And I said, "Sure, why not?" And I took it. Seems ironic, right? But we know that on March 31st, April 1st, when you go into a supermarket, you're not given a plastic bag. You must walk with your own bag. We know that while for St. Kitts and Nevis, it is true that every single shopping bag, supermarket, the t-shirt bag, is recycled at least once. We use it for garbage. Who doesn't do that? Okay, the plastic bags. Of course, we use all of the t-shirt plastic bags. I mean, some of us, if we could afford it, would buy the garbage bags. But in your household, the shopping bag eventually becomes the garbage bag. So yes, we are eliminating a source of your garbage bag and might be compelling you as a consumer to purchase garbage bags. So that's the irony, but the solution herein, that there are some supermarkets who will willingly distribute their existing bags, and you have options for a couple more months for garbage collection. Now, it's either that or they take a trailer load of plastics to the landfill, or you take them to the landfill in a slower process. Either way, it is something that we expected to happen. In Antigua and Barbuda, I think they just dumped them. It was like, we just had this problem and we just had to dump them. I think even Harper's Antigua sent their branded bags over to Harper's St. Kitts because Antigua's ban was live and direct. So we recognize this. If you also reference the first part of the bill in terms of the administration, the bill acknowledges a competent authority. And it says, for the purposes of this act, the Department of Environment is the designated and competent authority. Sections 2 and Section 3 says the department, the functions of the competent authority shall be to exercise primary regulatory oversight, ensuring compliance with the act, conduct routine inspections of manufacturers, distributors, retailers, and other commercial entities. Madam Speaker, we don't have the manpower to go to every mom and pop shop and every burger shop and every chicken and chips shop and every barbecue vendor on a Friday night to say, "Hey, are you giving out your food in a plastic bag?" We don't. And this is why behavioral change and support is so critical. We know that there will be some persons who still do it on April 1st. We know by April 30th, there still will be a shop who says, just take it, I got it, what to do with it. But we know that at some point, the plastic bags will run out. We know that if a supermarket does it too often, there is going to be an environmentally conscious shopper who decides, I'm going to put this on Facebook because you are not supporting the ban, or you are being wrong, unlawful. So we look to the support of the entire Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis in encouraging the transition. There are some key partners that we must acknowledge. We noted that in 2022, the St. Kitts and Nevis would have been the last country in the Eastern Caribbean to ban single-use plastics. Immediately, the government sprang into action to impose the ban. We participated in several high-level meetings globally and regionally to ensure our nation's intent was clear, not just as an international obligation, but as a commitment to protecting the lives of every Kittitian and Nevisian. So for our local partnerships, these have been made into success stories. Do you remember No Plastic Bag Mondays? No Plastic Bag July? Our supermarkets were ready, and other retailers were increased sensitization and awareness. And that's not without having people argue with our shop attendants. What am I going to do with my bread? What am I going to do with my chicken? How dare you not give me a plastic bag? I'm spending my money here. But several No Plastic Bag Mondays has resulted in people recognizing, walk out with your chicken and your bread in your hand, or bring your bag. We must use this opportunity to recognize the St. Mary's Biosphere Reserve pilot program for also addressing the plastic pollution. And their program has been very successful, and a recognition that when a community comes alive to partner with government, that great things can happen. Plastic Free July. For many years, I've been part of Plastic Free July. We're giving credit where credit is due. It has been a cornerstone of the tourism calendar and further underscores the importance of clean beaches, tracks, mountain trails for enhanced tourism products and livelihoods. As it relates to partnership and cooperation and corporate responsibility, just 2 days ago, actually, I sat with the CEO of the St. Kitts Scenic Railway, and he explained that his company has taken on the mandate of keeping its trails clean, and what was unfortunate and heartbreaking for him, and he is not a Kittitian. Not by birth, but by interest. And just to even be more transparent, for a moment he was moved to tears by the fact that there are communities that take their garbage and dispose of them along the scenic railway tracks. That doesn't make any sense whatsoever. Causing the derailment, yes. But they, instead of blaming the government and blaming Kittitians and Nevisians, have incorporated in their operations and maintenance schedule, pick up the garbage and get rid of the garbage. Why should they have to clean our garbage? That's number one. Number two, why are you leaving your homes and taking your garbage to the roadside, like to the train side? How does that make sense? The very scenic railway, that is the reason, one of the reasons that many cruise lines decide that St. Kitts is a stop on its schedule, because railways are dying globally. So this is a treasure, and we cannot afford to impact it, any tourism business, with garbage. In terms of international advocacy and diplomatic efforts, last year, the Ministries of Environment and the Ministries of Agriculture, in particular the Department of Marine Resources, reaffirmed our commitment at the Our Oceans 9 conference in Greece, who has since become a reliable partner. the government of Italy, the Italian Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and the International Cooperation Unit supported our participation in the IUCN-led project, Closing the Caribbean Plastic Tap Project. This is a critical project which will take us to 2026 and will allow us to access resources, technical support, and strategic partnership and technical capacity towards addressing plastic pollution. To the Government of Canada and the Canadian High Commission, support and strategic partnership, and thanks in particular to the High Commissioner former Sherry Truss, and current High Commissioner Mr. Samuel Berridge, and their team for the work, the support, and the guidance and the connection with the Government of Canada to ensure that we have a strategic framework in mapping the cost and benefit and the impact on various demographics in our society. We have participated through the Bureau of Standards, Mr. Franklin Connor, and our Director of Environment, Mr. Darian Edmead, in a series of international plastic negotiations, which will continue up until August to ensure that we are in line with regional and international standards. To the United Nations Environmental Programme and UNEA 7, and with direct conversations with UNEP, St. Kitts and Nevis has had the opportunity to serve on the board of UNEA 7, the United Nations Environmental Assembly. This is no small accomplishment for the smallest nation in the Western Hemisphere to serve on an international board. This has provided us with access, with training opportunities, with an opportunity to be part of the deliberations on international statements on environment, plastic, and climate change, the triple planetary crisis, before any other government in the world sees these statements. Don't take it lightly what St. Kitts and Nevis is doing in the environmental agenda. We have had an amplified global and regional voice because of the work of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and we truly appreciate the coordinated support. Many thanks to the UN mission in New York, where our negotiations started way back in 2022. We turned to our regional partners and sister countries for support. And I must use this opportunity to thank the government of Antigua and Barbuda, in particular, Sir Malwin Joseph, for his guidance and stewardship back in 2022. In closing, originally, plastic products were invented as a source of great convenience because they were cheaper, lightweight, more durable, solutions to our everyday needs. However, because of single-use plastics and because they are made primarily of fossil fuel chemicals and have such a short lifespan in terms of use, but long lifespan in terms of existence on planet Earth, the consequences have been overbearingly negative for health, for humankind, for prosperity, for biodiversity, for ecology. Recently, the Connery landfill caught fire, a clear indication that it is approaching its expiration date. Any continued reliance on single-use plastics would serve only to further worsen the consistency, as you can see our GM here, Nelvin Maynard, the day of the fire. The consistency and intensity of instances such as these, which of course disrupts community, disrupts life with toxic emissions and poor air quality. Imagine if that was the day of life for us here in St. Kitts. Asthma, breathing challenges, that's untenable. And this is a situation that we are attempting to avoid. And we are recognizing, based on our own analysis of the landfill, that the majority of the waste in the landfill is plastic waste. The plastic is burning, it's toxic, it's going to impact our breathing, our health, our survival. On the days of the fire, the landfill fire, workers in the industrial area complain they can't go to work, livelihoods lost. What does the owner do? If your worker says, I cannot be here in Connery working because of the fire, 3 days of livelihoods and income lost. In March 2022, member states of the United Nations met at the 5th session of the UN Environmental Assembly, and then is when they agreed to end plastic pollution. Heading towards the 7th session of the United Nations Environmental Assembly, St. Kitts and Nevis is a key decision maker, and as such, we must support this opportunity for decision-making globally with action locally. The pursuit of sustainability must be a cohesive one. The natural world is a cycle where our interactions with the earth, it's all interconnected, and it returns to us in some way, impacting our health, well-being, and our ability to just thrive. This initiative and our broader sustainable island state agenda are about bringing sustainability home to the people of St. Kitts and Nevis. It's showcasing it for what it is, more than just policy, but also practice and existing reality that we can access and amplify with the right behavioral change and mindset shifts. So, what does today mean? I asked you in starting, why are we here? And I ask you now, why did you listen for just 20 minutes? In 2022, when the Prime Minister, with the support of the entire cabinet, decided to present the vision to transform St. Kitts and Nevis into a sustainable island state, we knew that it required bold action, transformative action, and legislative support. The passage of this bill represents a massive step towards our federation's journey towards full sustainability. It is a milestone success that marks the point of convergence of countless rounds of intricate stakeholder consultations, federation-wide awareness, including schools, the public, social media, policy reviews, adjustments, cabinet decisions, inter-island conversations with the Nevis Island administration, interministerial deliberations. We have been on this journey for 4+ years. Many leaders have been a part of this decisive moment. So it fills me with immense joy, a great sense of pride to stand here at this juncture and welcome the passage of this bill in this honorable House. This piece of legislation is a clear success and a win, not only for the Ministry of Environment et al., not only for the government of St. Kitts and Nevis, not only for the Nevis Island administration, not only for the Parliament. This piece of legislation is a clear success, a big win for our country's legacy on sustainability. But, and most importantly, it is a big win for the survival, the good health, the well-being, the environmental and economic prosperity of the good people of St. Kitts and Nevis. I thank you.
Thank you to the Honorable Senator, the mover of the bill. I recognize the Honorable Member for St. Christopher 3, seconder.
Madam Speaker, with your leave, I rise to second the motion to have this bill read a second time, and I crave your indulgence as I make a contribution to the bill before us, which is titled Plastic Waste Reduction Bill 2025. Honorable Speaker and esteemed colleagues and citizens of St. Kitts and Nevis, I stand before you today in support of this Plastic Waste Reduction Bill 2025. And I would like to take this opportunity to congratulate the member senator, mover of the bill, and her ministry in the extraordinary work that they have done to get to this point where the bill is being read and debated with the hope to be passed into law. This is, Madam Speaker, a bold and necessary step toward a cleaner, healthier, and more sustainable future for our beloved Federation. This legislation is not just an environmental policy. It is an investment in our people, our economy, and the generations yet to come. Madam Speaker, the purpose of this historic bill is as straightforward as it is vital: to control and restrict the manufacture, importation, distribution, and sale of single-use plastic items. The mover would have highlighted why there is an urgent need for action. Based on what is happening around us in the OECS and wider afield, we are slightly behind in making these very important steps forward. Because as we all know, or that we should know by now, single-use plastics are one of the greatest threats to our environment. Every day, millions of plastic bags, straws, and containers are discarded, polluting our oceans, our seas, harming marine life, and clogging our landfills. The mover spoke about the challenges that our landfills or our landfill face when it comes to plastic. This crisis does not only affect wildlife, it affects all of us. Plastic waste breaks down into what is called microplastics and infiltrate our food, our water, and even the air we breathe. Inaction really is no longer an option. In fact, when you go to the doctor nowadays and you mention that you have some strange feelings, maybe you feel an electrical shock somewhere in your body, there are some doctors who are saying that all of the contamination that exists in our oceans are now coming back to bite us. And whereas years ago they would say it's okay to eat fish, they're now reconsidering that advice because of the toxic substances that exist in our seas, in our oceans, in rivers even where you get freshwater fish, and that it is time for us to take action. So, Madam Speaker, again, I want to commend the Minister the ministry, and of course the cabinet for its support in addressing this issue head on. And by addressing it head on, we are taking a decisive step to protect our precious marine and terrestrial ecosystems while promoting sustainable, environmentally friendly alternatives. Madam Speaker, sometimes it is difficult for us to appreciate the incremental dangers of things that we do. So, we have plastics, we throw them away, we don't see the impact right away. We don't feel it. But something struck me by what the mover said, is that the first plastic bag or plastic item, single use, was done in 1907. Commercially produced. And that is still with us today. And so if you could only imagine, I mean, a dripping pipe, for instance. One drip doesn't look like much. 2 drips still don't look like much. But you leave a dripping pipe into a sink that is clogged, and you go for a couple days and come back, your whole house is flooded from a single drip, drip, drip. And over the last century, we have been dripping and dripping until we start to open the pipe even a little bit more and pouring plastics into the environment which we need to survive. And I want to say, Madam Speaker, that we are not in this fight alone. The mover also mentioned what is happening across the region and across the globe. And across this earth, which we call home, nations have recognized the urgency of banning harmful plastics, setting a precedent for responsible governance. It is really our responsibility if we intend to pass on a livable earth. It is now our turn to rise to the occasion, to demonstrate leadership and to secure a future where sustainable choices become the norm. And again, I want to commend the Minister and the Ministry of Sustainable Development for making the Sustainable Island State Agenda a household set of words. Earlier this week, we had a GCF dialogue here, and I was fortunate to be invited to speak on one of the panels. And what I said is I recounted that early on, years ago, when the concept of the Sustainable Island State Agenda was brought, one of the questions we had in cabinet is, how are we going to get people to say sustainable? What does it mean to be sustainable? Will people remember that? Is it too much a big word? How will people react to it? We have to drive it home. And so we made a commitment that throughout our ministries, throughout our speeches, we will consistently speak of a Sustainable Island State Agenda. And what is happening today? Our persons in the civil service and in the technical positions are now reverberating that same language to us and saying, remember, you said that we are building a sustainable island state. And if we are building a sustainable island state, these are the things that we need to do. And so, yes, I want to repeat that it is now our turn to rise to the occasion, to demonstrate leadership, and to secure a future where sustainable choices become the norm. Now, Madam Speaker, this bill, the Plastic Waste Reduction Bill, is built on 4 pillars that deserve our support. 1, environmental protection. We have to protect our environment. The bill, as mentioned, prohibits manufacturing, importation, and sale of harmful single-use plastic bags, single-use t-shirt bags, single-use straws, single-use cutlery, and single-use plates. These items once hailed for their convenience. That's why they were made. They were very convenient. But one of the things I love about science, and that's why I will always depend on science, is that it evolves. As you gather more information, as you go back and check and you realize, look, yes, 100 years ago, this seemed like a very good thing to do. But now we realize that we are actually creating a hazard, and so we need to adjust. So this bill seeks to do an adjustment in protecting our environment. So these items which were once held or hailed for their convenience have now become symbols of unchecked pollution. And by taking this bold stance, we reaffirm our commitment to the environment that we share and that we cherish. Pillar number 2 that I picked up from the bill is a phased implementation. Recognizing the issue of, or the challenge of transition, this legislation introduces a structured timeline. So this is not something that is starting today. And the mover took great pains to go through all of the consultation that has happened before. All of the dry runs, the Mondays, the Julys, to get our people and especially the business community ready for this implementation. And that implementation has started, and now we are coming here on the final leg effectively to now cement it into law. And so it has a phased implementation, recognizing that there would always be challenges in transition and that you need to provide the time in a structured way so that people can properly adopt. And so by March 31st of 2025 is another deadline that is upon us with the distribution of plastic t-shirt bags, plastic t-shirt bags. What did I say? T-bag shirts? T-shirt bags will cease on March 31st. And by November 30th of 2025, it goes further, the sale of plastic plates, cups, cutlery, single use. This phased approach obviously allows businesses and consumers to adapt and adopt without undue disruption. So I want to commend the ministry again and the government, because this was another thing that we discussed. We are going to give persons the time to be able to adjust. The other thing the bill does, the third pillar that I recognize in this bill, is support for the businesses. Obviously, Madam Speaker, we understand that businesses have to play a critical role in this transition. And to ease the journey, in the bill, it says that the government is going to extend financial incentives and technical assistance, because together we have to now build a market. We have to support a thriving market for biodegradable and reusable alternatives, ensuring that no business is left behind as we embrace this very important change. The fourth pillar that I recognize in the bill is regulatory oversight, as the bill empowers the Department of Environment as the competent authority, as I understand it, working in tandem with the Bureau of Standards and Customs and Excise Department. And thus, through robust enforcement, routine inspections, and of course, as usual, you always have to have penalties for non-compliance. It is intended to ensure integrity of this legislation and its effective implementation. So if I may just zero in quickly on one or two of these. This is a bill that balances progress with responsibility. a bill that balances progress and responsibility. So the bill is not a sudden prohibition, but as mentioned, a phased transition, ensuring businesses and consumers can adapt smoothly. As mentioned, with the structured timelines, financial incentives, and technical support, we are making it easier for businesses to embrace eco-friendly alternatives. So persons and businesses are not just thrown out to fend for themselves. I mentioned the deadlines already, or the phased approach, the March 31st, the November 30th. As mentioned, these timelines will allow businesses to properly plan and adjust and come up with innovative solutions as well. Creates opportunities for innovative thinking, ensuring that economic growth and environmental responsibility go hand in hand. Out of every crisis, you can have ingenuity. Every lemon could make lemonade. All right? What you say, sour orange? And I like that one in particular. Long time I haven't had some sour orange. Climate change.
Oh, that's why.
Yes,
We saw orange.
yes, sour orange.
So that is what's happening.
Yes, because I have one named Bearing. No, there's a citrus problem with the citruses in St. Kitts and Nevis. Well, I don't know if it's the same in Nevis. Yes. So neither lime nor sour orange. Long time, man, sour orange drink tastes so good. But yes, so, Madam Speaker, moreover, we are not simply banning plastics. We're encouraging solutions, sustainable alternatives, as I mentioned, that meet biodegradable standards will be promoted. Businesses will receive the necessary guidance, the financial support to make this transition seamless. I spoke about enforcement through regulatory oversight, but it's going to be with fairness and accountability. Regulation without enforcement, obviously, is meaningless. That is why the bill empowers the Department of Environment, as I mentioned, in collaboration with the other key agencies, to monitor compliance, conduct inspections, and impose penalties where necessary. However, this bill is not about punishment, not at all. It is about progress. Businesses will receive fair warning, they will receive technical assistance, and they will be given every opportunity to align with the law before we start talking about any penalties, because that is not what it is about. So, Madam Speaker, as I wrap, this bill is not merely about policy. It is a promise that we will safeguard our beaches, protect marine life, and leave behind a nation that values sustainability over convenience. A promise that we will prioritize public health by reducing the plastic pollutants that infiltrate our daily lives. And I'm looking forward for the member from number 8 to give us the public health perspective on why this is a critical bill. Honorable Madam Speaker, I urge my colleagues in this chamber to recognize this, or the profound significance of this bill. The choices that we make here today will define the legacy that we leave behind. Let us choose responsibility over carelessness, sustainability over short-term convenience, and leadership over complacency. Together, let's pass this bill, the Plastic Waste Reduction Bill 2025, and take a decisive step toward a greener, healthier, and more resilient, sustainable St. Christopher and Nevis. Madam Speaker, with your leave, thank you very much.
to the Honourable Member for St. Christopher 3. I recognize the Honourable Member for Nevis 10. Honourable Member, your mic, please. Thank you. Nevis 10.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I rise to make my contribution to the bill before this Honourable House, the Plastic Waste Reduction Bill 2025. And Madam Speaker, before I get into my brief presentation, I just want to commend very highly the mover of the bill for that very comprehensive presentation. I believe after we should have presented the bill should have been passed. And of course, all of the accompanying evidence that was presented there with the bill, a very comprehensive presentation. And I must say, Madam Speaker, I think today is a good day. And I feel proud. You know why? Because this process started under my tenure. So I feel good. I feel good, Madam Speaker. And thank you very much, mover of the bill, for giving me some credit as well. Thank you. And of course, a lot of the consultations were started under my tenure. And I want to join the presenter as well in saying thanks to all those in the Department of Environment who would have worked with me when I was responsible for the Ministry of Environment. They would have done an outstanding job in starting the process. And as the mover was speaking, I was saying to myself, I feel good that I would have passed the baton on to her. And she took the baton and she ran well. You pass it or she take it? She ran well. She ran well. And now I am there just sitting in the stadium waiting for her to cross the finish line. You know, Madam Speaker, I also said to myself that if I had not been fired, just like the other three of us here on this side, this bill may have been passed under my hand. And so, Madam Speaker, I really think it is a good day. And I really feel good that we have reached this far. Because when I was responsible for the Ministry of the Environment, I could recall, and the mover would have indicated this as well, that we are practically the last in the Caribbean to be banning single-use plastics. And when I would have learned this, I do not like the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis to come in last with anything. And so we were moving with haste to ensure that we move forward in terms of the banning of single-use plastics. And so I really feel good that we have reached this stage, and I'm very confident that today will be a historic day when we pass this bill, and of course we will see the banning of single-use plastics. But I believe that we will even be going further than some of the other Caribbean islands, because even though some of the other Caribbean islands would have banned the single-use plastic bags, you go to some of these islands and the supermarkets are still selling the plastic bags. And so in essence, the T-shirt bags are still in use. So even though the supermarkets are not actually giving you the plastic bags when you shop, they're still available for sale. And so in essence, they're still practically defeating the purpose. This bill here is going further in ensuring that the supermarkets and the business places will not be able to import, and they will not be able to distribute. They will not be able to give you when you go to shop. They will not be able to sell. And so in essence, I think we are going actually further than some of our neighbors in the Caribbean. Madam Speaker, I think we would have heard a lot about the dangers of plastics. And I just want to reiterate some of the things that were said, of course. We are looking at the protection of our marine life. Yes, we are becoming more health conscious now, and we are eating more fish, yes. But in doing so, we could be harming ourselves. We've heard about the microplastics. And of course, the microplastics have been proven to be carcinogenic. And so in ingesting the fish and ingesting what the fish has ingested, we are harming ourselves. Madam Speaker, we have seen or we have heard nowadays of the increased numbers of cases of cancer. And who knows, Madam Speaker, some of these cases of cancer may be linked to the ingestion of the microplastic from the fish that we have been consuming. So in essence, when we think that we are eating healthy and we are eating more fish, we are actually harming ourselves. We are bringing cancer on our own bodies. It's the same thing which happens sometimes when we think we are eating more vegetables. And when we are eating more vegetables, we are eating vegetables that are contaminated. And so in essence, when we think we are doing good to our bodies, we are actually doing more harm than good to our bodies. And of course, we must continue to protect our marine life. And of course, as the minister responsible for marine resources on Nevis as well, I'm happy that this plastic ban will help to at least keep the pollution away from our seas and help our marine life. Our marine life, Madam Speaker, is already under a lot of pressure from climate change, from the coral bleaching and all of the other problems we are having with climate change. Our marine life will be under more pressure with the more plastics that are entering our oceans. Of course, we know that there has been the practice of indiscriminate dumping, and a lot of the plastic ends up in the ocean. Whenever we travel on the roadsides, whenever we go to the beaches, wherever we go, there's some degree, some dimension of plastic that is there. When we have our coastal cleanups, the majority of the garbage that we have is plastics. And these plastics are ending up in our ocean, harming our turtles, harming our fish, harming our lobster, harming all marine life, Madam Speaker. And so, in essence here, with this bill, we are protecting our marine life, we are protecting our ocean, we are protecting ourselves. And of course, it goes even further, because we know we have been depending quite a lot, and we've been hearing a lot about our blue economy, Madam Speaker. And so this ban here on plastics is protecting our marine life, protecting our blue economy, and protecting our health, Madam Speaker. And of course, the wealth of a nation depends on the health of the nation. We've been hearing a lot about our sustainable island state, and this bill, Madam Speaker, could help us where that is concerned. Madam Speaker, as I said, I don't think I will have to be long, because the mover of the bill would have been so comprehensive that I think she would have presented a lot of what I personally wanted to say with respect to support of this bill. You know, Madam Speaker, we on this side here have been chastised many times in terms of supporting bills. But it would have been quite hypocritical of me if I would have started a process and I would sit here and do not support the end goal or the end result of that process. And so it was incumbent on me, as a person who would have started this process, to get up and throw my full support behind this bill. Of course, there are persons out there who are probably not supportive of the bill, because I've heard the case, well, what are we gonna do in terms of when we go to the supermarkets? Buy your reusable shopping bag. People have been saying, what are we gonna do with our household garbage? Well, you use the plastics until they are not available, and then of course you purchase your garbage bags. And of course, even when we are doing our coastal cleanup, sometimes we don't even use the garbage bag. Sometimes we use the bags that we use for the animal feed. And so there are other alternatives that you can use in terms of using the plastic bag, Madam Speaker. Now, Madam Speaker, I would have read the bill, and I think it is a pretty comprehensive bill. But there are a few things that I wanted to point out as well, or to question as well. And Madam Speaker, the first one is under section 5(6), which speaks to the support for businesses. And it says, in order to facilitate the ban on importation of plastics, the government shall provide grants, concessions, or incentives to businesses adopting sustainable alternative and technologies. Of course, that is very clear here, Madam Speaker. However, it's a little open-ended. It's a little open-ended, and so I don't know if we could have been a little bit more specific in terms of what grants could be provided, what concessions can be provided. I guess they might be available to the Customs Department, and probably the businesses may be aware as to what some of these concessions may be. But I said I just thought that this was a little bit open-ended. In section 9(2), when it says the application submitted under subsection 1 shall be reviewed by the competent authority within 14 days, and a decision shall be communicated in writing to the applicant. 14 days seem a little long to me, Madam Speaker, for the application to be reviewed. I don't know what was the thinking of having it for 2 weeks before the applicant might be able to get a response, but I personally found that that seemed a little long to me. Madam Speaker, in the third schedule, this might be a matter of semantics, and I find it a little ambiguous. So because when I read it, the ambiguity jumped out at me, so I'm going to point it out. It may not seem a little ambiguous on the part of some of us, but to me it seemed a little ambiguous. And so, as I said, I thought I should point this out. It jumped out at me. And if you follow me closely, it says there, labeling requirements for biodegradable products. All biodegradable products that are imported, produced, or sold within the jurisdiction must be clearly labeled to indicate their biodegradable nature and appropriate disposal methods. Let me read it again. All biodegradable products that are imported, produced, or sold within the jurisdiction must be clearly labeled to indicate their biodegradable nature and appropriate disposal methods. Now, this could mean two things. It could mean two things. I know what it is intended to mean, but it could mean that the biodegradable products that are imported, they are clearly labeled before they are imported. But it could also mean, when you read it clearly, when you read it in depth, it could also mean that you import it and then you have to label it. If you look at it clearly, you will realize that. So it could I believe the intention is that when you're importing it, it should be clearly labeled. But you can also read it to mean that you import it, or when it is imported, then you label. And so I believe if the intention is to have it clearly labeled before it is imported, it should read only clearly labeled biodegradable products that indicate their biodegradable nature and appropriate disposal methods should be imported, produced, or sold within the jurisdiction. That's my humble submission, to get away from the little ambiguity that I read through the lines there and I picked up. Madam Deputy Speaker, Madam Speaker, as I indicated, I think it is a very good bill. I think it's a good day for the Federation, and I think it's a bill that should garner the support of all of us. We have seen the situation with plastics on the island, and I don't believe people recognize the magnitude of the problem, you know. I really don't think people recognize the magnitude of the problem. And in essence, we have created a problem. When we go to the supermarket, you buy 5 items and you get 5 plastic bags. Yeah. You may even get 10 because they put 1 item in and they double the bag. And so you yourself, the householder, is stuck with all of these plastic bags at home. You know? And so I don't think we really recognize how bad the situation is for a small island like St. Kitts and Nevis. The volume of plastic that we have in the Federation. We don't recognize the kind of damage it can do to our environment, the damage it can do to our marine environment, and the damage it can do to us as the consumer, the end user, who would eventually become unhealthy when we consume the microplastics. And so I believe this is something that all citizens of the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis should be mindful of, and it is a bill that all of us should support. I want to encourage the businesses who import the plastic, the single-use plastic, the T-shirt bag plastics in particular, to come on board and to support. I have one little question, though. I'm wondering, I know it was mentioned that the householders use the T-shirt plastic bags for the garbage disposal. That is a common practice. But I was wondering if, in essence or down the road, that could become an offense. If you see householders a year after now taking out, because they would have a lot of plastic bags at home. So a year after today, if the householders are still disposing of their garbage in the T-shirt plastic bags, would that be an offense? Would that be a problem? I did not see that inserted in the bill, so I'm wondering whether or not if that could be an offense, if that could be a problem, because people have these plastic bags at home and they will need to get rid of them. So I was just wondering whether or not some consideration was given to that aspect and whether or not it could be an offense. But all in all, Madam Speaker, I would like to support the bill. And as I said, I am in the pavilion waiting for the line to be crossed and to cheer on and say, well, we have reached the end of the rope and we have banned single-use plastic bags, especially the T-shirt plastic bags. So, Madam Speaker, with those few words, I want to give the bill my full support and wish it safe passage. May it please you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you to the honourable member for Nevis 9. Is there another presenter? I recognize the honourable member for Nevis 11.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I would have been remiss of me to sit and not lend my support to this bill because of its historic nature. And so I've made it my business to stand today to support this bill currently before this Honourable House, the Plastic Waste Reduction Bill 2025. And to say that the mover of the bill is all decked out in a green. And I suppose in local parlance, or it is normally said that green is associated with environmental or eco-friendly matters. Well, I'm decked out in my blue, which is consistent with anything to do with the ocean and that type of thing. So we're both decked out in the appropriate environmental colors. So, and we're here supporting a bill that is going to have far-reaching effect on our environment and a whole moving into the future. But, Madam Speaker, I rise to give my support, yes, and I will not tarry too long today. But I will say that this bill is an appropriate one at this point in time, and indeed, I will just possibly repeat a few things that have been said in a different way, but it's difficult to be contrary to anyone who would have presented before, because all of us, I do believe, in this honorable house are on the same page when it comes to this particular bill. What I'll say, though, is that we know all of the difficulties and challenges that plastic bags and anything of that nature presents to our environment. And by way of example, for example, in the tourism industry or the sector itself, we understand what challenges there can be if you were to go to Reggae Beach, for example, or Pinnis Beach or Friars Bay or any other major beach here in the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis, and see all of these plastics and waste and what damage it can cause to our tourism product in terms of beachgoers and users. It does not only stop at the fact that they will see this unsightly or these unsightly garbage or disposed waste, but it also can impact negatively on the product itself and also the revenue that we normally generate from that sector. So this is a bill that is meant to eliminate such, or to ensure that we are not going down that road and not having to fix a problem when we know we can actually put legislation in place to minimize the impact of such a disaster, I would say, if it is allowed to go unchecked. Now, Madam Speaker, just by way of education, because I've been to supermarkets and you'll hear the debates, or they're banning plastics, and they're banning this and banning that. But one thing for sure in this bill has clearly articulated certain things that are not necessarily banned. Because, of course, someone would go into the supermarket and see plastic bottles of detergent or bleach or cooking oil and that type of thing. All of these are plastics. But, of course, those are not banned under this bill. But at least they are in the bill itself on the section or Schedule 6, or the 6th schedule, where they are exempted from, if I were to use the word, they are exempted and not banned with what is contemplated under section 5 of the bill. Because section 5 of the bill deals with single-use plastic containers, styrofoam, plastic straws, styrofoam that is used for egg containers or crates. And of course, he would go on further to speak later on in the year, around the 31st of August, about single-use plastic plates and cups and cutlery and the likes. But of course, if I were to go back to the 6th schedule, there's a whole list of items that are considered single-use plastic items, but I believe that the thinking is these are items that can be recycled, and we have seen that happening from time to time. There have been efforts made in the Federation to recycle some of these plastic bottles and containers that can be used for other things other than what they were initially being used for. So if you were to look at the 6th schedule, and for the education of those persons out in the community who have been just thinking about banning plastic, and all that is in their head is plastics are being banned, there are certain items that are listed here that, of course, the general public must be made aware of, but we must all be responsible in anything we do. And even though these are items that are still going to be used, it therefore means that it is incumbent upon all of us in the Federation to be as responsible as possible in terms of how we utilize some of these items. But Madam Speaker, of course, we have heard of some of the health challenges that can be created with us ingesting microplastics and the likes. Our marine resource is certainly vulnerable to a lot of these irresponsible behaviors, if I were to put it that way, in that many of us depend on fish for a source of protein, and indeed we eat or consume fish, some of us, practically every day. And indeed, when microplastics get into our food chain or into our food systems, it enters our body, and then you'll have certain neurological conditions that develop from time to time in persons, and we try to figure out, well, what has caused this? And indeed, if I were to just articulate some of the neurological conditions that one may be faced with from time to time, you're looking at muscular issues. You're looking at possibly things such as, what are some of them? You know, even Alzheimer's, if I were to put it that way. Some persons end up with Alzheimer's and you wonder, well, what may have been the source of that? It could have very well been because of the practices over the years. And these are practices that we would engage in not knowing. But of course, it can sometimes be traced back to the marine life, the consumption of some of these fish products and so forth. So we don't know, but we're just trying to find answers to some of these challenges. And this could be a start to eliminating some of these challenges that we find our citizens face from time to time. And I did say some of the neurological conditions. I had them listed here. Now I'm seeing the back pain and seizures, tremors, the whole likes. And these are things that certainly some persons are afflicted with from time to time, and you try to figure out, well, where are these things, are these conditions coming from? And it could very well be because of the consumption of certain products that are contaminated in some way with some of these microplastics and some of the things that are in our environment. So, Madam Speaker, we are a responsible parliament today with the adoption of this and the passing, hopefully, at the end of it all, of this particular bill. It will get my support, and I suppose the entire parliament will lend their support, because when it's all said and done, it must be said that this parliament would have acted responsibly, albeit, as some may have said before, at this late stage of the game. Let's say better late than never. And when I say better late than never, I am so happy that we have come to the realization that irrespective of what happens regionally or internationally, we are protectors of our own environment and protectors of our own borders. And so we have to do what is necessary to ensure that we continue to build a sustainable island state. And I believe this is a very good step in the right direction to ensure that all of the building blocks are being put in place to build what we call a sustainable island state. I said I was not going to be long, Madam Speaker, and I'm definitely not being long now by saying, in wrapping up, I am lending my full support to this particular bill before this Honorable House, the Plastic Waste Reduction Bill 2025. May it please you.
Thank you to the honorable member for Nevis 11, apologies. I recognize the honorable member for St. Christopher 8.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I just want to bring a different perspective in, of course, supporting what has been supported here this morning. I want to really take this opportunity to congratulate the mover of the bill, Honorable Senator Dr. Joya Clark, who has been a champion for these types of initiatives, and really also to recognize a team who I see in the gallery supporting her even from that perspective, for they would have been part and parcel of ensuring that we get to this end. As it demonstrates, Madam Speaker, no one is an island. It takes a leader, yes, but a leader must have a team. I also want to, of course, recognize those on the opposite side who have really lent their support. But I want to say something further, that this originated, as was indicated by the member from number 10, correct? Member from number 10, Honorable Evelyn, and he indicated that under his stewardship, at some point, before it was taken away from him, as indicated by a member from number 9, that he started this process. And I think that this shows a level of maturity, in the sense that there are some things, and I keep making the point, that have a national impact and requires all of us, or these things require all of us. And if it started with him and it was a good thing, why shouldn't it be finished? And as he stands now on the opposition, or sits on the opposition bench, he can support the completion of what he was started. And I think this is the type of work that the Parliament must do from time to time, They are national issues that require all of us to make a positive input in order to ensure that the country can advance. And so here we are today with this most important bill, the Plastic Waste Reduction Bill. Madam Speaker, this is not a tree-hugging exercise, or those who might be purists when it comes to environmental issues. There are those who oppose the word environmental action, or even the word sustainability, even the word, I would say, climate change, that concept towards, because some might think that it's based on nothing outside of the fact that you might have some people who are bored, and so they are looking for meaning to their lives, and they say, let's just go out and talk about this thing. Madam Speaker, I want to say that this is not with this particular case. Also, this is not being passed to make people's lives more difficult, make our citizens' lives more difficult. That is not the objective of this bill. This bill is not also being passed because of a fad. That Tom do it, Jerry do it, we are the last, so let's jump in line. We are not jumping in line blindly, Madam Speaker. We have looked at this, analyzed this, and the question that is always asked when any bill is brought before this honorable House is, how does this bill benefit the people of St. Kitts and Nevis? And that is where I think the crux of the matter is. It should not be done in jest or for style or for grandstanding, but it should be done with the people's interests at the center. And this bill follows these principles, Madam Speaker. With respect to plastics, and this is why I think it is important, plastics are dangerous when we consider the medical perspective. Very, very dangerous. It was alluded to by a number of persons here this morning, but they said they would leave some of it up to me, maybe because of my profession as a medical doctor. There are a number of things that are killing our people here in St. Kitts and Nevis and throughout the Caribbean. These are the non-communicable chronic diseases. We are talking about blood pressure. We are talking about blood sugar. We are talking about heart disease, strokes, and now cancer. Cancer has become the #1 killer in St. Kitts and Nevis. And most cancers, Madam Speaker, they can be prevented. Most cancers can be prevented. However, we are seeing an acceleration in terms of the incidence, meaning the number of persons with cancers. We are seeing an increase in the mortality, meaning the number of persons who die as a result of cancer. And what are these things that are contributing to cancers here in St. Kitts and Nevis, Madam Speaker? Lifestyle. Lifestyle. One, the way we eat. We have abandoned what we call the holistic way of eating because we felt that that way of life was akin to being poor and impoverished. And so we have left the ground provision, and we have left the breadfruit, and we have substituted them with white rice and processed flour. The very food that the elites in the north are avoiding are the very food that we are embracing as food to represent some sort of advancement in our society structure. So, Madam Speaker, I want us to get away from that idea. We have what it takes to live healthy in St. Kitts and Nevis. And it's much cheaper to live healthy than to actually live a life eating these types of food. Why? When you eat this type of food, Madam Speaker, and I come into plastics, you get sick. And all the money that you save, in about 2-3 months when you get a serious disease, all of it is gone. You get a cancer, all of it is gone. You get heart disease, all of it is gone. You get a stroke, you see how quickly that money disappears. And it is because of this lifestyle that we live here in St. Kitts and Nevis. And so I want to encourage us to really be a little bit more mindful and to know it is not only healthier, happier to eat healthy, but it's also cheaper as well. And so if it's an economic question that is being asked, then I ask people to recheck their books, their accounting books or their finances, and see how living a healthy lifestyle can really be not only a good option for health, for physical health and mental health, but also a good option for financial health. And so I want to really encourage our people. Madam Speaker, in dealing with all of these factors that contribute to all of these chronic diseases and health issues is plastic. Plastic is one of them. Plastic, as was mentioned, was first invented in the early part of the 20th century, and it comes from fossil fuel fundamentally and natural gas. That's where it comes from. In other words, simple terms, oil and gas. Plastics don't degrade easily. Plastics can stay around for hundreds of years. But if plastics were to stay around and ain't causing a problem, ain't nobody problem. That is fine. But plastics cause a lot of medical issues that are now being discovered, maybe 150 years after it was first invented, Madam Speaker. Plastic causes, when it breaks down, it goes into what you call microplastics or nanoplastics. You can't see it with your naked eye, but it's very much a part of the environment now. It's a part of the sea. It's a part of the soil. It's a part of the ground. It has become part of our water. So each time we eat or ingest anything, we are taking in plastics in billions of microscopic particles that we can't see, that we call microplastics and nanoplastics. As a matter of fact, Madam Speaker, we might be flesh, bone, blood, and plastic. So we have to add that other element because of the amount of plastics that we are ingesting. And these plastics that reside in our bodies cause tremendous issues. One, plastic cause inflammation. Inflammation is responsible for almost any disease. The hallmark of almost any disease is inflammation, be it heart disease, brain disease in terms of stroke, cancers, and other inflammatory diseases such as lupus and rheumatoid arthritis, and those type of chronic diseases. A lot of them, the basis of all of them is inflammation. And do you know what plastic causes? Precisely. Plastic causes inflammation. And because plastic causes inflammation, one is now predisposed to have a plethora of diseases, many of which I have just mentioned, and one of them being cancers, Madam Speaker. I am sure that when the studies are completed, the high rate of cancers and chronic diseases that we have in St. Kitts and Nevis, many of them will be attributed to our ingestion of plastics. And that is why I want to applaud the Parliament for getting rid of plastics. And we are drinking out of glass mugs and glasses, you know, the cups, not to say cup, we call it a glass, but it's made of glass, right? And this is actually a good trend. And these are, you can use them again. And so really, it is cheaper to buy something like this and store your water than to be buying bottled water all the time, Madam Speaker. So it is cheaper on the book, but it's also healthy. Let me go through a number of the diseases that plastic causes, because I want people to recognize how critically it is to understand why we have to ban plastics. The other thing that plastic causes is gut microbiome disruption. Fancy word. You have more bacteria in your gut than cells in your body, possibly. We probably have more bacteria than actual cells that make us up. In other words, our gut is just lined with bacteria. This is what we call the microbiome. But this is healthy gut microflora. Very critically important, because these are what regulate a lot of your body's function, including the hormonal function. Diabetes is linked to the gut. They used to think in the old days that diabetes was linked to a lot of other things, but it is a gut it is fundamentally linked to. So you see all the fancy medication to lose weight and for diabetes, what do you call them? The fancy one. Ozempic. And you see, Ozempic, you inject it, it cuts your appetite, make you lose weight, and regulate your blood sugar. You know where Ozempic acts? In the gut. In the gut. It helps to correct the gut. And when it corrects the gut, it deals with the issues of obesity because it cuts your appetite. A lot of the time when people eat is because the signal from the gut is disrupted. It doesn't get to the brain to say that you are full. And even when you're full, Physically, mentally, you're not full. And if you're not full mentally, you'll continue eating. And that Ozempic helps to regulate that. Madam Speaker, plastics can disrupt that. And that is why plastic is indirectly linked to obesity, indirectly linked to diabetes, and all of these metabolic diseases, Madam Speaker. So I want people to understand that when we are saying we have to get rid of plastics, it is not because we are following a trend, it's because we care about the health of our people. Each time I see all these plastics that are at the landfill and on the side of the roads, I just think about the health of our people. How much more people are going to come down with cancer? How much more people are going to end up with diabetes? How much more people are going to have increased weight and just don't understand why the weight is increasing? How much more people are going to have hormonal problems and just don't understand why the hormones are all over the place? I'm not saying that plastic is the only cause, but plastic has been shown to be a cause, and a fundamental cause. Therefore, it is important, Madam Speaker, that we get rid of plastics. The other issue, respiratory problems, breathing problems, because again, it's inflammation in the lung. People having what you call chronic obstructive lung disease, that could be one. But apart from that, the asthma that we see our people are suffering from is nothing more than an inflammation that takes place in the lung. And plastic can be linked to that as well. And therefore, the high incidence of asthma that we are seeing here in St. Kitts and Nevis can be attributed to some extent, and I think the science would bear it out, that can be associated with microplastics, Madam Speaker. What about the effects on the brain? Affecting the brain. You have a blood-brain barrier that prevents certain chemicals from crossing into the brain, a blood-brain barrier that gets rid of certain proteins so you don't develop Alzheimer's, and I think the member on the other side mentioned Alzheimer's. Alzheimer's is as a result of certain type of protein called the tau protein building up in the brain, and the brain not able to get rid of it because there's damage at the blood-brain barrier. Plastic has been shown to damage that as well. And that is why it can lead to the disease that were mentioned by the member opposite. And Alzheimer's and forgetfulness, brain fog, and other type of mental manifestations when the brain is damaged. Anxiety, depression, and all these type of things, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, the list goes on and on, from cancer to respiratory problems, to cell damage, to obesity, to diabetic problems, and so forth. And it does not stop. So plastics are causing a serious health epidemic right here in our country, and it has become so deadly that it is time that we get rid of plastics. And so that is why I am supporting this very strongly. We will not see the positive health benefits right away. It will take years for us to see it. Why? Because the plastics that we have now, those are going to be with us for hundreds of years. But if we at least cut down on plastic bottles, plastic cups, plastic containers, even if they are not banned. Because I see we are banning single use. And single use is a good strategy to say, look, let us start somewhere. If we cut out the single use, we can cut down on the use of plastic significantly. But I would also like to say that even though it is not mentioned in the bill, if you so care, if you can avoid using plastics at any point, avoid it. Avoid it, because the microplastic gets into you and it causes damage, inflammation, and all of the health bad impact that it would have over time. The other thing with plastic is that it's in the ocean. So you go, you fish, and you think your fish is healthy. I'm eating healthy, I'm eating fish. But you're eating fish and plastic, Madam Speaker. Fish and plastic, that's what you're eating. In other words, you're eating fish and oil and gas. That is what you're eating. And that is why we have to get rid of the plastic, because our livelihood in the Caribbean comes from the sea. We are not doing this because the United Nations said. We are not doing this because environmentalists say it. They say a lot of things. That might be one of the reasons, but the most important reason is that we have to act to protect ourselves. We have to act to protect our generation and the generation to come. How can you have a sustainable island state when you have a chemical like plastic that is causing or wreaking havoc on our people's health? And not only our health, the environmental health, the ocean's health, plant health. It's affecting all of the environment negatively. I can't think of one positive impact that plastic is having. But of course, you can't go to a total plastic ban. But I think eventually, as we develop other technologies to use safer, I would say, chemicals, substances, or products, we will get rid of plastic. For example, my Rasta brethren is here, and I sure he don't eat out of plastic. Because the calabash is made of plastic. It's a natural, come from the plant, right? And so when you eat from it, you ain't digesting the chemicals, right? And I want to highlight that we actually have alternatives to plastic that we can use. Maybe the rest of the brethren could fancy up a thing and get it sell. And say, man, stop using them plastic, use something natural. I might buy one or two. That could be a market for the rest of the brethren. Right? He said, hemp could be an option from which you can actually make these products, and he's right. Hemp can actually make these type of products. I hope that they go into business now, that we are trying to get rid of plastic and show that you can have a natural, healthy alternative that can really help to deal with the scourge of the health impact of plastics. And so, Madam Speaker, I think people are getting the point that we are passing this bill to protect our health, our environmental health, plant health, animal health, ocean health, and our personal health as well. And in the long run, our financial health. And so if we act now, hopefully, we would not have crossed the line where it's irreversible, and I don't think we are at that point as yet. I think that there is still hope, but we have to act now. I will give you a story. I remember when I was on the other side, not in here, but in the opposition party, the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party. And the then government was having a march against plastics. I went to the march. The march was being led fundamentally by members within that government. But I put the politics aside and said, well, I want to get rid of plastics too. So because I am of the other party that was in opposition, if plastics swinging left and right in St. Kitts and Nevis, it ain't going to affect me. So the microplastic is saying, no, you're from the party, so I ain't going to trouble you. I'm going to trouble you over here. I went to the march. People said, well, Dr. Joe, I see you in the march. Well, I say, I'm marching against plastics. I'm marching with nobody. I'm marching against plastics. That was mine. And so there comes a point when you can stand together as a people so that you can help to actually advance certain national issues. And so the member from number 10, I think, made the point, 10, correct? Yes. That he advanced it. So I'm supporting his argument that he advanced it, and I actually participated then in the activities, the march that they had. He might remember the march, but the march was right here, and it ended right here where the National Museum is. And I can remember clearly that that march was a march where a number of persons came out. That is to say that I think that there is national support for this, national support. But I wanted our people to understand why is it we are taking such a measure. We are taking a measure to protect you and to protect your health, to protect your country, and to protect the environment. Madam Speaker, when you go to the public health perspective of it, speaking about the environment and how that impacts health, when you have all this garbage just across the street where people just want to throw, just seeing it is unhealthy. It is mentally unhealthy to have an unhealthy environment. Just seeing it alone is enough. The smell alone contributes. And then these plastics can accumulate water, which become breeding ground for mosquitoes, which help in the spread of dengue and other what we call zoonotic diseases, Madam Speaker, or vector-borne diseases in this particular case. In plastics, in garbage, you have rats, you have cockroaches. These carry diseases. They're not just unhealthy because they are part of the animal kingdom. They're unhealthy to a great extent because of the diseases that they carry. The greatest disease that would have ever hit the human family is the plague that devastated Europe, killing more than 50% of the population. And it is because of the rats that were carrying the flea that carried the deadly plague. And do you know who never used to die? Just so you all get a very interesting story. Women who used to have cats never used to die. Just a side note. Women who used to have cats never used to die. And it's the truth. Do you know, it's obvious why. Because the cat will kill the rat. It's a fact of history. And because the cat used to kill the rat, they did not get the plague. And that is where the concept of the witch came in. And that is why the witch is attached to the cat. Because at the end of the day, they used to ask, how is it everybody dying, but these women with cats are living? So it means then that these women were witches, and the cats had to be a part of the whole process of being a witch. And so that is why when we see women and cats, they used to be linked to witches. And then, you know, the broom was involved. I guess they used to clean their houses a little bit more. So you had the broom, the woman, and the cat that used to take care of the rat and help to prevent the plague. But I just said that as a side note, Madam Speaker, to say that just to say that the rats were a serious issue. And in St. Kitts and Nevis, they do carry diseases. And plastics, of course, when they're in the environment, harbor rats, cockroaches, rodents, and so forth, as mentioned. And as a result of that, we can see the diseases being spread. So I just want to wrap up, Madam Speaker, and I hope that the point is made that plastics have no positive impact on our health. It is time we seek to get rid of plastics. We should look at alternatives, and I hope that our people go into business. Since there are no more plastic bags, make bags from the materials that those bags can be reusable. Those reusable bags. Just like how when we used to make masks, after a while, people open up businesses that made masks. Let's open up businesses that will make reusable bags, brand them, sell them to our people, sell them to the tourists. And at the end of the day, you can have business, you can make money, and you can have improved health as a result of eliminating plastic. So I want to finally say to the mover of the bill, I want to really thank you and your team for the excellent work that has been done. We will not see the impact immediately, but I can assure you the less plastic we use will be the less diseases we see as a result of plastics. And therefore, this bill should be applauded. I hope it gets the support of all members, both on government side and the opposition side, so that we can send a strong message to our people that all of us are here to work in your favor and to protect your health. With that, Madam Speaker, may it please you.
Thank you to the Honourable Member for St. Christopher 8. I recognize the Honourable Member for St. Christopher 5.
Madam Speaker, I wish to make a brief contribution to the bill currently being debated in this Honourable House, the Plastic Waste Reduction Bill 2025. Like the other persons who have gone before me, Madam Speaker, I am supportive of this particular piece of legislation. I do believe that as responsible persons, we have a duty to ensure that we leave this earth in a better place than we would have met it. We have a responsibility to ensure that the federation that we leave here is as sustainable as possible. The speakers who would have spoken before me, I think, made the point very well that in terms of plastic, it can take hundreds of years for plastic to actually disintegrate. It means, therefore, that whether it is the soil or elsewhere, it stays there perhaps even longer than most of us would be on the earth for. Madam Speaker, I am one who doesn't consume chicken and other meat types. I think most of the persons in Parliament know that for me it's basically seafood. And of course, the amount of plastic that ends up in the sea is indeed a concern for me. I have participated in quite a few beach cleanup initiatives. And for those who have done so, you would be amazed at the amount of plastic waste that you come into contact with, which of course eventually would find its way into the ocean. One of the more memorable ones for me was actually one down at the ferry terminal. And if you don't make a decision to stop at some point in time, you actually can be there all day removing plastic waste. Whether it is between the rocks, etc., you just have quite a large number of plastic waste which ends up in the sea. We have seen different documentaries as to how that plastic eventually affects the marine life. So for some of us who only eat fish, of course, that is a concern. But then if we also take into consideration that you have fishermen amongst us who depend on marine life for their source of income, you have restaurants and other businesses who likewise depend on marine life for their source of income. One can definitely see how those particular individuals can be impacted. Sometimes we only look at things from our own point of view and what is convenient for us and what affects us individually. But we need to take into consideration the needs of other persons. If a fisherman is affected in terms of plying his trade, it also means that his children and other persons are affected because he not only feeds his children, but of course he utilizes the money that he would have gotten from fishing to go into the supermarket to buy stuff. So those in the supermarket will be affected. He utilizes the money to pay the electricity bill or the water bill, and of course you would have an impact, maybe not directly but indirectly, on those particular businesses. The other aspect of it that I would wish to point out is that plastic in itself contributes towards climate change. Many persons are perhaps not aware of the fact that to make plastic, you have to use fossil fuel. And we know that by using fossil fuel, you have to burn the fossil fuel, which contributes to carbon dioxide being released within the atmosphere. That in itself contributes towards climate change. And so we may say, well, I don't use much of it, etc. But the fact is that climate change has been affecting all of us. When we get the hurricanes, for example, and we wonder as to why the hurricanes are so severe, part of it, of course, is the impact of climate change. And climate change affects us in so many different ways. It may not be just the hurricanes, but the farmers who are affected by less rainfall, they are impacted. So if it is that we are going to, which is what we're actually doing, banning the use of single-use plastic, it means that those who manufacture those plastics, you would have less hopefully being manufactured. And so you have less carbon dioxide being emitted into the atmosphere. The member for number 8 has quite made the point in terms of persons also seeing this as an opportunity to go into business, because it means that you need to find alternatives to plastic bag. So it is an opportunity for persons here in the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis to consider alternative methods of producing bags, for example, made from paper. And perhaps it is an opportunity for those persons to look at how paper can be made. And rather than having to import paper bags which come at a cost, persons can actually look at going into the manufacturing of it using alternative materials. The Well, one of the persons in the gallery indicated that hemp, for example, can be used to do so. And so perhaps maybe him or other persons can look at that alternative in terms of the production of bags. So it is an opportunity for persons to take advantage of. Again, I repeat that sometimes we only see how things affect us rather than looking at the alternative opportunities that may come out of a particular situation and how we can benefit from that particular opportunity, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, generally I am supportive of this particular piece of legislation. I myself, I have been using plastic bags. As indicated, a lot of it end up in the garbage because especially if somebody like me who sort of lives alone. Well, pardon? What am I sort of? I say sort of. Let me add some clarity here, please. Let me add some clarity because I live in the same house with my dad. He occupies the downstairs, I occupy the upstairs. So he generates his garbage, I generate my share of garbage. And for the most part, because it is me alone, I do not exactly have the need for the large garbage bags. So I would utilize in the most instances the very same plastic bags that are given to me on the occasions when I go to the supermarket. And of course, they end up in the garbage. Before I got here, I was listening via radio, and I think the move of the bill would have shown some of the plastic which has accumulated at the landfill. And so that also comes with a cost, Madam Speaker. It comes at a cost whether in terms of having to provide a larger landfill space to be able to accommodate so many plastic bags, or in terms of eventually how do you get rid of this plastic knowing that it is going to take so long in order for the plastic to disintegrate. It also means that even if you are looking at an alternative use of the landfill after it would have filled up, you really can't do anything with it, whether it is for agriculture or other purposes, knowing that you have quite a number of plastic there, which still hasn't disintegrated. So, Madam Speaker, I end by indicating my support for this particular piece of legislation. May it please you.
Thank you to the Honourable Member for St. Christopher 5. Is there another presenter? I recognize the Honourable Member for St. Christopher 1. 2, I apologize.
Madam Speaker, I rise at this time to lend my voice, and of course with my voice, my support for the bill being debated in this Honourable House, the Plastic Waste Reduction Bill 2025. A lot has been said, and like the other contributors today, you know, I may repeat some of it. But the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis is taking significant steps towards a plastic-free future with this bill. And as the Minister of Tourism, and I think we heard a lot on how this bill can impact the overall tourism product and how plastic on a whole can affect the product. I want to place on record my full support of the bill, which aligns with our national vision for sustainability in tourism and responsible tourism. Since 2017, Madam Speaker, through the Sustainable Destination Council, we call it the SDC, we have been championing efforts to reduce plastic pollution, recognizing, of course, the urgent need to address the environmental and economic impacts of plastic waste on our destination. And when I say our destination, I mean destination St. Kitts and destination Nevis, of course. Tourism, as we all know, is the largest economic driver in St. Kitts and Nevis, and the long-term success of the industry depends on maintaining the natural product.
the pristine natural environment, one that is not littered with plastic. Plastic pollution, and we heard a lot of that today, and how it affects our oceans. But it does not only affect our oceans, Madam Speaker, it also threatens our lush rainforests, our hiking trails, and our historic sites. Marine plastic pollution is one of the greatest threats to the tourism industry. Over 80% of the marine litter happens to be plastic. And if it is left unchecked, it will continue to degrade our natural assets, for example, by harming our coral reefs, continuing to endanger marine life, including our sea turtles, our fish, and our seabirds. And of course, all that was said today about degrading the pristine beaches that are central to our overall tourism product. As a nation, with 3 consecutive Dive Destination of the Year awards, which we are extremely proud of, we must protect our marine ecosystems to remain a top destination for divers and marine enthusiasts. Minimizing overcrowding, for example, for tourism, is also a concern for us. The presence of plastic litter, Madam Speaker, diminishes visitor satisfaction and can very well deter potential travelers from traveling to our destinations. A 2017 study in Brazil found that over 85% of beachgoers would avoid a beach with more than 15 pieces of litter per square meter, leading to a 39% decline in tourism revenue. Here in St. Kitts, heritage sites and scenic landmarks such as Brimstone Hill and Black Rock suffer when plastic waste accumulates, diminishing the appeal to our visitors. Plastic debris blocks natural water channels in rainforests and protected areas, leading, of course, to flooding and all the other things the mover of the bill spoke of, soil erosion and damage, of course, to our ecosystems. While it is true that the tourism industry contributes to plastic pollution, it is also a key driver of change. We have been aware that we need to be doing our part. Our pursuit of sustainability in tourism development acknowledges that this is a global industry that can be a force for good. Our hotels, our restaurants, our tour operators continue to lead by embarking on a number of sustainable practices. They have, and we have been doing this collectively, been eliminating, even before today, trying our best to eliminate using single-use plastic. As a government as well, we have been providing sustainable alternatives even for our hoteliers in construction. And of course, in terms of the products in tourism, engaging in promoting eco-conscious practices and experiences for our visitors. So we're very much aware of the fact that the industry contributes to plastic pollution, and we understand that we have a role to play as well. The Heart of St. Kitts Foundation and Sustainability Charter prioritize waste management and marine conservation. And I'm not sure if you're aware of the foundation, Madam Speaker, but this bill is an essential step towards fulfilling our sustainability commitments under the foundation and the charter. This bill supports our recently drafted Tourism Climate Action Plan as well, to be officially launched by May of this year. The action plan prioritizes a number of things, one being waste management, reducing plastic pollution at the source, starting with the passing of this very important piece of legislation. The Climate Action Plan as well prioritizes marine and coastal conservation, protecting our fragile coral reefs and marine biodiversity. Sustainable product development, where The Climate Action Plan encourages eco-friendly visitor experiences, not only marine, but otherwise. Madam Speaker, our destination is renowned for having one of the few growing rainforests, and we boast about this all the time. We're known for having one of the few growing rainforests, supporting a recent trend for more nature-based experiences following the COVID-19 pandemic. As signatories to the Glasgow Declaration on Climate Action in Tourism, we are also committed to decarbonization and sustainable waste management. This bill, therefore, Madam Speaker, reinforces our global leadership in destination stewardship, hence why we support this bill. And so, I'm not going to be long, but for us in tourism, this bill represents a monumental shift in how we manage our waste and protect our environment as stakeholders. It is a win for our economy. It is a win for the tourism industry. It is a win for the people of St. Kitts, and it is a win for the people of Nevis. I want to implore us all to continue to work together, government, business, residents, visitors as well, to embrace this transition and make our destinations, our federation, a regional leader in plastic-free tourism. A post I recently saw making the global celebration of World Happiness, which was celebrated yesterday, March 20th, said, and I quote, "Happiness is a destination free of plastic pollution." The Kingdom of Bhutan measures not GDP, but they measure gross national happiness. So they have G and H. And they see this as a holistic approach to the development, balancing economic growth with cultural, environmental, and spiritual well-being. One of the 4 pillars, and I think it was the member from St. Christopher 3 who referred to the pillars. One of the 4 pillars of the GNH, that is the gross national happiness, is environmental conservation. It focuses on protecting natural resources and biodiversity. Now, we in tourism support this bill wholeheartedly. This proposed bill represents more than just environmental regulation. In fact, it is a commitment to a cleaner, healthier, and more resilient future. To put in the language of our SDC, which is our Sustainable Destination Council, this bill is, and we like to say this, good for you, good for us, and Senator Clark, better for all. Yes, good for us. So that's what we say in the SDC, good for us, better for all. And we believe that this bill is good for us, it is better for all. It is good for us as the people who live and work in this destination. It is even better for all who come and visit and experience it. We like to say, no destination, no tourism. And so we must be conscious of what we do as stakeholders in this industry. We like to say, no St. Kitts Nevis, no home in the future. And so let us continue leading the way in sustainable tourism, ensuring that our islands, both St. Kitts and Nevis, remain beautiful, remain thriving, and of course, plastic-free for generations to come. With those few words, Madam Speaker, I wish this bill safe passage through this honorable House.
Thank you to the honorable member for St. Christopher II. I recognize the Honorable Senator Phillip.
Madam Speaker, I rise to support the passage of this bill before this honorable House. I believe that it is prime time for us as a federation to take this step in terms of passing a Plastic Waste Reduction Bill 2025. In our thrust to become a sustainable island state, the passage of this bill is crucial to ensure that we are, of course, better able to manage our waste and, of course, to necessarily preserve our marine and land environment. And we've heard all of the reasons going around. But I just want to, I thought, as Minister responsible for youth empowerment, and of course as the youngest member of this Honorable House at this point in time, I wanted to make sure that I'm listed on record supporting this bill because it is an investment in the future sustainability of mine and future generations. So I want to, of course, commend all of those who were involved in getting us to this point. Not only the mover of the bill here today and the member from number 10 for their leadership as ministers of environment, but also for the senior management and staff in the Ministry of Environment, Climate Action and Constituency Empowerment, who are all here in the gallery to see their work come to fruition. I don't really intend to repeat all of the reasons why this is necessary at this time, because I think we've heard it from the medical standpoint, from the environmental and marine standpoint, from the economic and tourism standpoint. But I do want to reiterate and make a point that, while this plastic ban and this legislation will ensure that we don't add more plastic to the environment, as the mover would have highlighted and the images would have shown, there is still currently a very vast amount of plastic currently on our land, along our coastlines, and in our oceans. And this legislation will certainly force us as a society to use less plastics, and that is the intention, so that we reduce in the long term. We heard the member from number 8 mention that we will see it progressively, the impact positively. But in addition, I think there's also a call for us to use less plastics now, and in changing our behavior, we also need to recognize and take very intentional steps to manage the waste and the plastic that we currently have. I want to take this opportunity to really highlight that, there are ongoing efforts, particularly through the Department of Youth Empowerment, that is a keen champion and advocate for environmental sustainability. I believe young people certainly have a very important role to play in moving our sustainable island state agenda forward and supporting the initiatives therein. And so I want to highlight that there are programs and initiatives that we can all take part in and take leadership from in terms of what the Department of Youth Empowerment does in support of the Ministry of Environment, particularly on a bi-monthly and quarterly basis. The Department of Youth Empowerment engages in beach cleanups with other local environmental groups and organizations. We also occasionally join the Department of Marine Resources in their seabed cleanups. That's when they actually dive underneath the water and clean up the seabed. It's a very interesting process. And also in terms of making sure that in our own programmatic approach, we are sustainable. Our youth camp in the past 2 years has really sought to ensure that we use less plastics by providing our campers with reusable bottles. That is often supported and encouraged by the Department of Youth and of Environment. And so, Madam Speaker, as a matter of fact, today, as we have actually been sitting here in this honorable house, a beach cleanup is actually ongoing at the Connery Beach. And this is, an initiative that's actually being led as part of the Commonwealth Clean Oceans Plastic Campaign, which is actually visiting all the Commonwealth countries as part of the Commonwealth Baton Relay that I believe, we would have seen the Governor General participate in and initiate here for us in St. Kitts and Nevis. And the goal of this Commonwealth Clean Oceans Plastic Campaign is to prevent 1 million pieces of plastic from entering Commonwealth waterways before the start of the Commonwealth Games to be held in Glasgow 2026. And so for us here in St. Kitts and Nevis, the Caribbean Youth Environment Network is the leading organization that reached out to the Department of Youth Empowerment, since this is often the network that we partner with for our beach cleanups regularly. And we reached out to our networks to encourage more persons. So we have presently today Participating in this beach cleanup, the Ripple Institute, SKN, the St. Kitts Nevis Association of Persons with Disabilities, as well as some students from the Seventh-day Adventist School, who we were able to also garner some support from. And so I want to recognize this initiative and highlight, initiatives like beach cleanups, environmental cleanups, as things that we have to do, a call to action for us to do right now to manage the plastics that is already in our environments. As the government takes a step to ensure that we reduce waste in the future term, there are things that we can do now as individuals, as a collective, to ensure that we better manage the waste that we have currently on island. And so, Madam Speaker, as I conclude, I wish this Plastic Waste Reduction Bill 2025 very successful passage to stop more plastic from being added to our small island states. And I want us all to recognize that there are very clear intentional actions that we can and we must all take to better manage the vast amounts of plastic that is already existing on our small islands. So let's all get on board to the recycling initiatives that are taking place on Nevis and on St. Kitts. Stop littering. Just stop littering. Just stop littering. Let us also seek to organize and participate in beach cleanups and environmental cleanups in our local communities, on all of our coastlines and our beaches. And let's take part in the global efforts to making St. Kitts and Nevis a more sustainable island state. May it please you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you to the Honorable Senator Phillip. Is there another presenter? I recognize the Honorable Member for St. Christopher 4.
Madam Speaker, with your leave, I rise to make a brief contribution in support of the bill, Plastic Waste Reduction Bill 2025. I also want to take this time out, Madam Speaker, to commend the team that would have worked on this bill, starting with the member from Nevis 10, as was indicated, onward to our esteemed Senator, Minister Clark, for the hard work and her team and the work that they've been doing. It is, without a doubt, a wonderful piece of legislation, but her justification for it, I think, we must commend. Well, Madam Speaker, as I speak as the Minister of Agriculture, Fisheries, et al., I also recognize that our lands are crying out for relief because, Madam Speaker, every day our farmers have to toil the fields polluted and littered with plastic waste. And, Madam Speaker, we recognize in the industry that we cannot build a future on a foundation of waste. This cannot happen. And so I believe action must be taken now to ensure that the lifeblood of our country, the heartbeat of our nation, food security, is protected. I want to take a time, Madam Speaker, and ask you to imagine the agony of a fisher folk casting a net and hauling in expecting to reap a bounty of fish, only to recognize then and there that they have pulled in a heap of plastic. Madam Speaker, these are some of the sad realities that our people are facing because our seas are littered with plastics. And this is time that we must now take a very important stand. And that is why I believe that our Honorable Senator is leading in the right direction. You see, Madam Speaker, we could put it like this to draw a sad context that a plastic tide is poisoning our food. And when you draw that context, Madam Speaker, it cannot evoke any of the right emotions. You see, what enters our soil and seas, Madam Speaker, eventually ends up on our table. And we've heard our Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Health speak to that, and other members of this cabinet. And Madam Speaker, in everything we eat, from the vegetables we grow to the water we drink. Sadly, we have recognized are now becoming more and more contaminated with microplastics. And we are somewhat responsible. The question I am asking, Madam Speaker, is are we willing to gamble with the health of our children? Are we willing to gamble with our future? Are we willing, Madam Speaker, to continue allowing toxins to infiltrate their meals? Madam Speaker, this bill, for me, is not just about the environment, but this bill is about life itself. You see, Madam Speaker, as I speak on behalf of our farmers and fishers, I know that they deserve to have an environment that offers better. And so I'm supporting this bill because of that. You see, Madam Speaker, the truth is every plastic bottle and every discarded bag we ignore today, Madam Speaker, not only ends up into our farms and the sea, but it also, Madam Speaker, is an expense that we will have to pay tomorrow. And so you see, we must also recognize that the cost of cleaning up and the cost of cleaning up these plastics today cannot match the cost that we'll be paying in the future. And we are recognizing it by the decline of the fish population. And our fisher folk are saying that they have to go further and further out to sea to be able to sustain their livelihoods, because these plastics are stifling our reefs and killing our reef sea population. This has to stop. But today, Madam Speaker, standing here in these hallowed halls of the Parliament, we have the power to choose prosperity over pollution. And the beauty of it is, with the wonderful technology, the entire world is watching. And as the world watch, we must also lead with courage and not just convenience. Because we've heard the argument that banning plastics is somehow expensive or inconvenient for some stakeholders. But Madam Speaker, the truth is, they say, what you avoid today, paying today, sometimes you pay much more tomorrow. And so, Madam Speaker, I stand here and I don't intend to be long, because I think everything has been said and repeated enough. But I must add this, because, Madam Speaker, I think it must be recorded that this Parliament must be placed in history as a generation that chose life over pollution and convenience. As we stand here, Madam Speaker, and as I stand on behalf of our farmers, our fishers, and our young men and women, standing in support of this bill, happily joining my colleagues, Madam Speaker, I stand here to ensure that we take our place in history as a generation that has saved our lands and our seas, and a generation that is continuing to build a future that is worth fighting for. And with a brief statement, Madam Speaker, may it please you. And I wish this bill safe passage through this honorable House. Yes.
Thank you to the honorable member for St. Christopher 4. Is there another presenter? I recognize the honorable senator to do her wrap-up.
Madam Speaker, I'm all smiles. I don't have anything to say, but let me do it appropriately. Madam Speaker, with your leave, I rise to wind up the debate on the bill shortly entitled the Plastic Reduction Bill 2025. And in closing this debate, it gives me such honor. I'm so pleased that all members, most of the members of the Parliament rose and supported the bill, but I know even in not rising, there is full support for this key piece of legislation. So for members number 3, it's important to lead, to show leadership in environmental advocacy. For member number 10, acknowledging that in passing the baton, and I'm going to hold this for a very, very long time. No. Thank you for your support, and again for your work in passing on the baton. For a member for number 11, thank you so much for highlighting the importance of the health implications. And of course, to our member for number 8 and our resident medical doctor in Parliament. Someone asked me, is member for number 8 and the Prime Minister really, are those things true? I say, I wouldn't question a medical doctor, you know? But certainly, it was alarming to me, many of the things that are linked to our health because of plastic pollution. It's scary, and it makes me really just want to go around St. Kitts and Nevis saying, hey, we did this for your health. Of course, we understand the implications of banning single-use plastics, the investments and the cost as outlined by the member for number 5. And you have our guarantee. There is no space to have another landfill in St. Kitts and Nevis. There is no intention to expand the landfill. We must adjust our waste disposal habits. So it doesn't exist. It is nowhere, there is no landfill to be placed anywhere in the village of Keon, or St. Peter's, or any constituency. We have to adjust our consumption habits and our disposal habits. Naturally, the member for number 2, the Minister of Tourism, has made it very clear that happiness is a destination free of plastic pollution. I'm so thankful that you highlighted the work of the Sustainable Development Council and the IASDMC, the Inter-Island Sustainability Committee that has been working since 2017 to ensure that we have a sustainable destination and a plastic-free destination. Thank you, of course, to the member, this honorable senator, for the inputs and the recognition that we're doing this for the future, for us now, but for the future generation. Thank you so much to the member for number 4, because if we don't do this for our oceans, our oceanic health, our health, and for our livelihoods, the livelihoods of our fisher folk, then we won't have a St. Kitts and Nevis in the near future. Madam Speaker, I'm certain that there are many across St. Kitts and Nevis who are going to weigh in on this for the rest of the day. Keep doing so. But the plastic bill has been presented, supported, and I am thoroughly pleased. May it please you.
Thank you to the Honourable Senator, mover of the bill, who just did her wrap-up. The question is that the bill shortly entitled Plastic Waste Reduction Bill 2025 be read a second time. Those in favour? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
A bill to control and restrict the manufacture, importation, distribution, and sale of single-use plastic items, to reduce the significant environmental impact of single-use plastics, including pollution of marine and terrestrial ecosystems, harm to wildlife, risk to human health, and contribution to the overall waste management crisis by promoting sustainable alternatives and safeguarding our natural resources for future generations, otherwise known as the Plastic Waste Reduction Bill 2025.
The bill shortly entitled Plastic Waste Reduction Bill 2025 has been read a second time. House moves to committee stage.
Clauses 1 through 4.
The question is that clauses 1 through 4 stand part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
Clause 5.
Yes. Yes. Madam Chair?
Chair.
Yes. The date in Section 5, subsection 5, should read November 30th, 2025, not November 30th, 2026.
The question is that clause 5 as amended stand part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
Clauses 6 through 18.
The question is that clauses 6 through 18 stand part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
Schedules 1 through 6.
The question is...
Madam Chair, we were going to take on the recommendation of the amendment in the third schedule. So if the member would wish to repeat his recommended change to paragraph 1 in the third schedule.
My recommendation is only clearly labeled biodegradable products that indicate their biodegradable nature and appropriate disposal methods should be imported, shall be imported, produced, or sold within the jurisdiction.
Accept. You accept?
Got it?
So I'll ask the question in relation to Schedule 3, then we'll have to revert for Schedule 1 and 2, 1, 2, 4, 5, and 6. Fair? The question is that Schedule 3, as amended, stand part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
Schedules 1 and 2.
1, 2, 4, 5, and 6.
Schedules 1, 2, 4, 5, and 6.
The question is that Schedules 1, 2, 4, 5, and 6 stand part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
The enacting clause.
The question is that the enacting clause stand part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
The title.
Question is that the title stands part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. House resumes. I recognize the Honorable Senator Clark.
Madam Speaker, I move a motion to suspend Section 57 of the Standing Orders and have read for a third time and pass the bill shortly entitled Plastic Waste Reduction Bill 2025.
I recognize the Honorable Member for St. Christopher 3.
I second the motion. And Madam Speaker, if you may indulge, I would also recommend that we take those separate, the standing order motion and the bill separate.
apologies. Having suspended Standing Order 57, the question is that the bill shortly entitled Plastic Waste Reduction Bill 2025 be read a third time and passed into law. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
A bill to control and restrict the manufacture, importation, distribution, and sale of single-use plastic items to reduce the significant environmental impact of single-use plastics, including pollution of marine and terrestrial ecosystems, harm to wildlife, risk to human health, and contribution to the overall waste management crisis by promoting sustainable alternative and safeguarding our natural resources for future generations, otherwise known as the Plastic Waste Reduction Bill 2025.
The bill shortly entitled Plastic Waste Reduction Bill 2025 has been read a third time and passed into law. Honorable members, I think this is a convenient time to adjourn for lunch. It is now 1:51 p.m. I say we resume at 3? 2:45? Oh my. Very well. There we go. Thank you. House stands adjourned until 3 p.m.
Yes, so here we are in the country area in St. Kitts, and we are showcasing a T-25 drone that is here. This is showing us that we have cutting-edge technology here in St. Kitts and Nevis. And this drone is here to do spraying of farms. As you can see here, we have a number of peppers here, and in the background, we're looking at some banana trees. But the drone can be used to actually spray. What is one of the big advantages of having a drone like this? It means that the farmer doesn't have to have someone on the field doing any spraying in a manual way. We can simply use a drone to go out there and spray. That will cut costs and increase a lot of production in farming here in St. Kitts and Nevis. So this is a cutting-edge piece of technology here. We're here boasting to showcase that, yes, we are doing it.
How you doing? I'm Clorth Wilson. I'm the Director of Technology for the Southern University Agricultural Research and Extension Center in Baton Rouge, Louisiana. We're here in St. Kitts. This is my first time here and it's amazing. We just saw a drone demonstration. What's crazy is that my first time seeing this drone was on YouTube. I had just spoken with some of my colleagues about it on last night actually, just talking about the potential of the drone being able to use soil mapping and using sensors to be able to get all kinds of data from the ground and using AI and analytics, how that could benefit the local economy and community. And also how in the education space, we offer a drone certification program to our students back at Southern University. And if they were able to get certified, then they could actually get these drones and be able to offer this type of service to local farmers. I look forward to the partnership with St. Kitts and Nevis. The MOU is amazing. And I look forward to everything that we have coming forward. Thank you so much.
Dr. Marlon Ford, here from Southern University. I am the Interim Vice Chancellor for Extension and Outreach, and this is a great opportunity for all of us. We came here for a training. I did a training yesterday with the Extension Department of the Ag Department here, and great workers, great things, and we see a lot of things we can do to collaborate and make this move forward. Introducing this type of precision ag technology is going to be a great advancement for St. Kitts as well as Nevis, as well as Southern University, and collaborating together to learn these different techniques innovations. So we look forward to doing more and can't wait to get this started.
Hello, I'm Dr. Jana Snowden from the Southern University Agricultural Research and Extension Center. I serve as Executive Director of the Southern Institute for Medicinal Plants. I'm here in St. Kitts for my third time in some research efforts that we started back in 2023 as a result of an MOU that was signed between Southern University System and the St. Kitts government. And I will say that I'm so pleased to see the strides that have been made since the initiation and the signing of that MOU. I'm more on the cannabis science side, so I've been working with individuals such as Minister Duggins and Ms. Williams in creating a cannabis certification course for the island of St. Kitts. I'm looking for what's to come. I've seen great things thus far, and I know that with that we will do great work together. I'm very pleased with this partnership.
Hi, I'm Pat Bagley, Vice Chancellor of Research at Southern University in Baton Rouge. This is my second visit here to the island of St. Kitts and Nevis. Very exciting kind of stuff. A lot of progress has been made just in the last 6 months we've been here. A lot of discussion about how we can move forward in the future. Particularly my area of expertise tends to be in animal nutrition, producing fed livestock. We met with the poultry folks. We had helped them last year when we were here to find sources of vaccinated eggs, which is critical to it. Also looking at the swine operation. You think about a sow can raise up to 20 pigs, 25 pigs a year. They'll get a market weight of 270 pounds at only 6 months of age, so it's a great way to produce pork as a product. We're also looking at the beef cattle industry and looking at using some of the spent brewer's grains that are inherent here, and there's reasons to dispose of those things. They're a great livestock feed. So again, it's just about different sets of eyes looking at different things and trying to help the island explore that. And of course, we're having a number of students from here that'll be at our university next fall. I think there's 19 that are scheduled to be there right now. We look forward to the continued cooperation between the university in St. Kitts and Nevis and all the great work that's going on down here. Thank you.
From the beautiful island of Norton St. Martin, my name is Carrier Christopher, the Acting Director of Communications for the Government of the Virgin Islands. And we are still here, day 2 in St. Martin. And for all of the Kittitians that live in a BVI, I have a special surprise for you. We have Prime Minister Drew. Good morning, and thank you for stopping into the little corner for the Virgin Islands. How are you?
I am very well. Thank you for having me, of course.
Absolutely.
And let me shout out my people from St. Kitts and Nevis who live in the BVI.
Yeah, I want a whole shout out for the people of St. Kitts and Nevis. I'm going to ask you some questions about St. Kitts and Nevis later on, but today you are here with the rest of the countries or the territories for the OECS for one common thing where the numbers are small in totality compared to the world, but together as an OECS organization, you make a more impactful decision. Now, many people that I've spoken to yesterday and I've heard some bits today talked about things about food security. There are tariffs that are flying left and right, and it seems like we all have similar issues. In terms of St. Kitts and Nevis, Prime Minister, my apologies, what is the most prevalent challenge you have right now, given what the rest of the world is seeing?
Right, so I think you have premised the question properly in the sense that all of us who live in this region, we have similar issues. Whether we are territories or independent countries. We are small island territories, independent countries within the Caribbean. And therefore, that is the reason why we need an organization like the OECS so that we can sit together and work through challenges as a Caribbean family. And that is why it's so important that your Premier, Premier Wheatley, is here, because he's not just the Premier on the ground. He has to also respond to regional organizations and so forth to make sure that the BVI, as I try to position St. Kitts and Nevis well.
Absolutely. And for all intents and purposes, they say that we should not compete. But the Caribbean has one common denomination that everybody likes, it's tourism, sun, sea, and sand. But here at this space, it's a coming together for the different nations. Now, a lot of people, at least in the Virgin Islands, they challenge the Premier in terms of traveling. Could you do this via Zoom? From your point of view, Prime Minister Drew, why is it important to show up for your country in real time, face to face with all of the other premiers and prime ministers?
Right, because when you're governing, you're not just governing on the ground. You have to govern within regional organizations, which are very important for the advancement of your country. And so when you come in person and you can meet other leaders and head of states and governments and so forth, you can really discuss the issues and distill them to the benefit of your country. That will not always be resolved by a Zoom meeting, for example. We do Zoom meetings very frequently. However, we have chosen to meet in person a number of times per year so that we can deal with some critical matters that are affecting the region. For example, the issue of climate change.
Yes.
We need to sit together and deal with that. You speak about tourism. Climate change can impact our tourism product negatively, and therefore, how are we going to confront that as a region? PVI by itself cannot do it. St. Kitts and Nevis by itself cannot do it. No country within the OASIS by themselves can do it. So, but coming together, we can have a regional approach which can help to resolve the matters for us as individual nations and countries or territories. And therefore, that is why it is important that we participate in events like this. Not just to extend the point a little bit, if you were to look at the leaders of any other country, you see that they travel from time to time.
Yes.
The President of the United States, the President of France, the President of China, wherever they are found, you see them travel from time to time because they have, one, a local responsibility, of course, to take care of people, but they have to operate within a regional and international atmosphere and environment to make sure that their country, the countries are protected.
Very well said, Prime Minister Drew. Now, in the British Virgin Islands, we say the Virgin Islands really, we have lots of people from St. Kitts and Nevis, and I know that they'll be very proud of you. I know they wear a St. Kitts Nevis hand on one hand and left hand, and on the right hand, they will have some, concessions for Virgin Islands as well. Now, because there's such a heavy population of Kittitians and Nevisians, am I saying it correctly?
Nevisians.
I want to make sure they won't get upset with me. In the Virgin Islands, are you interested in trying to get any of the people that live in the Virgin Islands repatriated back to St. Kitts and Nevis?
Well, let me say, I had a meeting here with our people who live here.
Yes.
And one of the things I said to them that, you live outside of St. Kitts and Nevis, but you can still contribute. So you don't necessarily have to return in person, but we are creating a diaspora unit that functions in such a way that you can contribute to your country even though you're away. So I asked them to still contribute. They can still invest. They can contribute their skills and talents and so in different ways. So they don't necessarily have to come back to St. Kitts and Nevis. But one thing I'll say is that you can take them out of St. Kitts and Nevis, but you can't take St. Kitts and Nevis out of there.
As a Virgin Islander, I'm not going to comment on that on camera, but I get it. You are the Prime Minister, and your focal point will be for the people of St. Kitts and Nevis, and I'm sure they are very proud of you. And I've been to St. Kitts and Nevis a long time ago, and I know that one of the things that you have championed is the music festival.
Yes.
You took that and you really created something that's huge and branded it, really to be St. Kitts and Nevis. And tell me about that aspect of entertainment, tourism, Prime Minister, that you have taken and really did great with that. I think we're starting to look at that from the Virgin Islands point of view. Any tips for Virgin Islanders or Premier in terms of entertainment tourism, sir?
Well, I would say entertainment tourism is certainly a niche for St. Kitts and Nevis. As a matter of fact, we now have what you call the creative economy, and we have a ministry that deals with strictly that.
Wow.
So that we can develop our artists, our artistry. How can we get them into the international arena? And you can see some of them started to travel. And our music festival fits into our trajectory to make St. Kitts and Nevis a place where creativity and the performing arts and so forth can have a space and be part of the economy. So it comes from our philosophy that this is a real part of who we are. And so we build it out from the ministerial level, and it reaches all the way to the top. So it has support from the grassroots to the very top. So what you see on the top is just a manifestation of how we deal with it at the grassroots.
Very impressive. And lastly, Prime Minister, I know that you're a trained medical doctor. I believe Cuban trained, correct?
Okay.
Congratulations. That's always a really big feat. I'm not sure how the country or the territory of St. Kitts and Nevis work, but I know in the Virgin Islands we are very heavily reliant on the U.S. Most of us go to the U.S. for medical, even for food and leisure and travel. But there have been some talks with the U.S. president on having some bans on countries or stipulations when it comes to interjection of having any Cuban-trained doctor in their country. Having been well qualified and trained at Cuba, what are your comments on that?
Well, basically, I have put out a statement on it. I'll let the statement stand. But to say that over the many years, our relationship as far as our healthcare system with Cuba has really been positive for our people. Many, many lives have been saved. Many, many lives have been transformed positively. And therefore, we'll do all that we can to make sure that an environment that is conducive for the continued development of healthcare for the benefit of our people and all those who come. So I will say it has been positive for us, and our people know that as well.
Thank you so much, Prime Minister Drew. You take the last 2 minutes to really speak to your people in St. Kitts and Nevis, and of course the Kittitians and divisions in the Virgin Islands. And please, it would be very nice to say hello to the Virgin Islanders too. Prime Minister Drew, I give you the last few words.
So I take this opportunity and I want to thank you, to give a big shout out to all the Nevisians and Kittitians who live in the BVI. I want you, of course, to come home for Music Festival. But to say to you that you continue to be, of course, in our hearts, and you can continue to contribute to your country. You can contribute to your country. You don't have to necessarily come back physically, but through the diaspora unit, you can have an opportunity. We encourage you to invest. We encourage you to continue to maintain those contacts. And of course, visit from time to time if you have to, so that you can see the continued development of St. Kitts and Nevis. We have a lofty goal. We want to become the first sustainable island state in the whole of the Caribbean region and possibly the world, and we're on track. So together, we must work. So it's great through this medium communicating with you, and I hope to see you very, very soon. Until then, lots of love from your country, St. Kitts and Nevis.
And ladies and gentlemen, there you have it, the Prime Minister of St. Kitts and Nevis, Honorable Drew. You are very, very engaged, and I can see why you're the Prime Minister. My first time meeting you, but I almost feel like I wanted to vote for you too. So thank you so much for taking time out to chat with us for the last 5 or 6 minutes. I see your security is watching me. I promise you I'm not going to kill him. He's going to be okay. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Karia Christopher, the Acting Director of Communications for the Government of the Virgin Islands, proudly here representing BVI in beautiful St. Martin. See you soon, and God bless. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I recognize the Honorable Attorney General.
Good afternoon, Madam Speaker. I rise to lead the debate of and have read for a second time in this Honorable House the Integrity in Public Life Amendment Bill 2025. I am pleased to report to this Honorable House, Madam Speaker, and to the general public that integrity in public life is now part of the DNA of our society. Good governance is here to stay. Hundreds of senior civil servants, parliamentarians, ministers, board chairs, and other persons in public life have already filed 2 sets of declarations with the Integrity Commission. Our third declarations are due to be filed by April 30th this year. Filing annual declarations of our income, assets, and liabilities is now a part of the lives of all persons in public life at a senior level in our Federation. And it's an assurance to the general public that corruption is no longer the order of the day. Madam Speaker, I am also pleased to inform the general public that 2 new Integrity Commissioners have received their instruments of appointment and will take their oaths of office shortly, given the end of the statutory tenure of the 2 previous commissioners who we commend for their yeoman's service, Mrs. Carol Boddy and Mr. Dennis Knight. I implore the new commissioners, who will be announced after their oath is taken, to hold their oaths dear and always act in the best interests of the people of St. Kitts and Nevis, who are now, after many years of debate, committed by law and action to good governance. Madam Speaker, now, similar question to what was asked by my learned senator colleague to my right. Why are we here today, debating this 2025 amendment? After the 2023 amendment, which brought the Integrity in Public Life Act into full force, I met with the Integrity Commissions for St. Kitts and for Nevis. After those discussions, we made a decision to align the St. Kitts Act and the Nevis Ordinance to eliminate most of the overlapping which occurred, which unnecessarily required some persons in public life in Nevis to file declarations on both islands and at different times. We therefore also decided to align the declaration filing date to April 30th each year, because there was an anomaly, as, for example, the Premier, who is also the leader of the opposition, had to file 2 different declarations with 2 different filing dates at 2 different commissions. Now, if this bill is passed, the Premier and leader of the opposition can prepare 1 declaration and file it with both commissions. His office being one of the remaining persons in public life that must file to both commissions. Also, having experienced 2 years of filings, the Commission also saw some minor adjustments or advancements that needed to be made to make the process stronger. That is why we're here, to clarify some provisions and to provide some additional powers to the St. Kitts Integrity Commission. So I won't be long. Madam Speaker, I'd like to take the people of St. Kitts and Nevis through the short but important amendment. The definition of child in Section 2 has been refined by replacing "of whom the father" with the term "whom the father." More semantics than anything of great substance. The definition of spouse has been clarified by replacing "is married or living" with "is married, comma, or living." Another clarification amendment. In Section 5, in the declarations by public officials, the bill clarifies the requirement for public officials to file declarations reflecting their private interests as at December 31st of the preceding calendar year. There was no clarity in this regard The intention was you file in April of 1 year based on a snapshot of your assets, liabilities, and income as of December 31st the previous year. So in other words, you had 4 months in the new year to be able to gather your accounts and then make your submission. So we've made that extremely and pellucidly clear in the amendment. Even though that is what the Integrity Commission had informed all of the persons that were filing their declarations. There are 2 declarations before. Also, the Integrity Commission and the Governor General are granted discretion in the amendment to extend filing deadlines for up to 4 months in justified cases. So what we found in the original is that there was inflexibility. And the commissioners felt, because there were persons who had various reasons, who were away getting medical care, away taking care of family members who were getting medical care, were unable to gather their documents and file their declarations, the Commission felt that they should have the power to extend in those circumstances. So this amendment does that. Also, it aligns the requirement for the IPL commissioners themselves who have to file declarations with the Governor General. A specific date is put that they must do that as well by April 30th of each year. In Section 6, the Act now requires that bank statements submitted as part of declarations clearly identify the account holder's name, ensuring greater transparency in financial disclosures. That is something they also realize. Persons were submitting their bank statements, but the statements didn't have the name of the person filing on them. So they wish for the statements to be clearer and can be more aligned to the actual person submitting the declaration. In Section 7, there was an error in that Section 5 was referenced, so we're correcting that. So the proper section, Section 6, is referenced. In Section 11, the bill specifies that meetings of the Integrity Commission shall be chaired by the chairperson or, in their absence, the deputy chairperson. So that's just an administrative change. This one is very important, Madam Speaker. The classification of public officials or persons in public life subject to declaration requirements has been revised. After discussions, the Integrity Commission felt that there were some people that were left out because the original list had assistant secretaries, K40 and above. The proposed amendment is that it will be all assistant secretaries and directors at a K40 or above. What this does, because directors have some financial responsibility in respective ministries, the Commission felt it was necessary for those persons to be caught in the net of the Integrity Commission. It's not going to be hundreds of new people. It might be maybe 10 to 20 directors that are caught in this, this new amendment and this new class of persons who are required to file their declarations with the St. Kitts Commission. Importantly, for the Nevis Commission, certain Nevis-based entities, including the Nevis Solid Waste Management Authority, Nevis Tourism Authority, et al., have been removed from the list of entities subject to oversight and now will be monitored by the Nevis Integrity Commission only. Additional public officials have also been added. For example, we did not include the Cabinet Secretary, but the Cabinet Secretary voluntarily filed his declarations, and we're just amending to include that position as well as some other senior positions in the service and in the NIA as well. So there have been several textual modifications that have been made to improve the readability and ensure the consistency in the terminology within the Act. As I said, Madam Speaker, very simple amendment, but very important. You don't get everything right the first time. And it's important to always keep up to date and always advance and make sure that the law is as strong as it can be. And this bill was created after open discussion with the 2 commissions. And we felt that these were the necessary changes and clarifications that needed to be brought to strengthen the Integrity in Public Life Act. So these amendments, Madam Speaker, are what we call a strategic refinement of the existing legislative framework to strengthen the accountability mechanisms for persons in public life. They enhance clarity, consistency, and the effectiveness of the IPL Act, ensuring that it remains a robust tool in promoting transparency and good governance in St. Christopher and Nevis. Madam Speaker, with those few words, I wish the short but important Integrity in Public Life Amendment Bill safe passage. May it please you.
Thank you to the Honorable Attorney General, mover of the bill. I recognize the Honorable Member for St. Christopher 3.
Madam Speaker, with your leave, I rise to second the motion to have this bill read a second time and reserve my right to speak.
I recognize the Honorable Member for Nevis 10.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'll be very brief. I want to thank the mover of the bill for his presentation, very succinct presentation. And we are thankful as well because I know members of the Nevis Island administration would have asked for these amendments to be made because we thought that persons who are filing on Nevis who were not answerable to the federal government should not have been filing twice. And so we are thankful that this amendment has been made. And so most persons, like from the associations in Nevis, the corporations and so on in Nevis, will not have to file both in St. Kitts and Nevis. One issue of clarity, though, there are members of the Nevis Island administration. I'm assuming that they now still have to file both in St. Kitts and Nevis. I was just wondering why, since they are not hired by the federal government, they're not answerable to the federal government, is there a particular reason why they also have to continue to file on St. Kitts as well as in Nevis? Just that point of asking, Madam Speaker.
Thank you to the Honorable Member for Nevis 10. I recognize the Honorable Member for... I recognize the Honorable Attorney General. My apologies.
Yes, Madam Speaker. I will start by answering the question from the member opposite. In the discussion as to the removal of the corporation, the chairs and so forth, it is true. They are responsible, they are answerable to the Nevis Island administration. But what we felt is the decision makers in the Nevis Parliament, the Nevis Island Assembly, as well as in the Nevis Island administration, could potentially impact the Federation by whatever bills are passed and whatever actions are taken. So the two commissions felt that those persons should still be required to file in both commissions because the impact could be at a federal level. That is what but we made it much easier. You prepare one form, you make a copy, and you drop one off in Nevis and one off in St. Kitts. So it's not as onerous as it was, and I know the members opposite would have recognized that. They have, in the last 2 years, I know they've been filing even before, but in the last 2 years, they've had to prepare 4 different declarations to file. From this year onward, they will just have to prepare 1. And that was the rationale between, for taking out the board members, the chairs and so forth for Nevis Solid Waste, Nevis Tourism and so forth, but leaving in, for example, the president of the Nevis Island Assembly, the members of the Nevis Island Assembly, because there's still a federal nature in their position. So there was a feeling in the meeting that we had, which had the Nevis commissioners, that they should file to both still. And there are certain powers as well. I think this is an important point, and probably one of the reasons that guided the decision is that there are some extra powers that the St. Kitts Commission have that the Nevis Commission do not have. So they wanted those powers to be able to impact the highest decision makers in both St. Kitts and Nevis. So that was the reason, and I hope that's clarified the question from member opposite. Yes. And Madam Speaker, I do not have much else to add. I can just say that there is a new dynamic in our federation. We are part of the international community that believes in good governance And I think that taking steps like this and advancing important legislation shows the international community how serious it is, shows potential investors how serious it is, and more importantly, shows the people on whose behalf we act in this House how serious we are about eliminating corruption from our society. May it please you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you to the Honorable Attorney General, mover of the bill, who just did his wrap-up. The question is that the bill shortly entitled Integrity in Public Life Amendment Bill 2025 be read a second time. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
A bill to amend the Integrity in Public Life Act, Cap 22.18, otherwise known as the Integrity in Public Life Amendment Bill 2025.
The bill shortly entitled Integrity in Public Life Amendment Bill 2025 has been read a second time. House moves to committee stage. May I proceed?
Clauses 1 through 8.
The question is that clauses 1 through 8 stand part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
The enacting clause.
The question is that the enacting clause stands part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
The title.
The question is that the title stands part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. House resumes. I recognize the Honorable Attorney General.
May it please you, Madam Speaker, I rise to report that the bill shortly titled Integrity in Public Life Amendment Bill 2025 has passed through committee stage without amendment. And I now move, Madam Speaker, that the bill shortly titled Integrity in Public Life Amendment Bill 2025 be read a third time and passed.
Seconder? Is there a seconder?
Madam
I
Speaker,
recognize the honourable member for St. Christopher 3.
I rise to second the motion.
The question is that the bill shortly entitled Integrity in Public Life Amendment Bill 2025 be read a third time and passed into law. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
A bill to amend the Integrity in Public Life Act, Cap 22.18, otherwise known as the Integrity in Public Life Amendment Bill 2025.
The bill shortly entitled Integrity in Public Life Amendment Bill 2025 has been read a third time and passed into law. Next item.
Motions, resolutions.
I recognize the honourable member for St. Christopher 8.
Rise to lay before this honourable House a resolution on the statutory rules and orders number 4 of 2025. The resolution of National Assembly of St. Christopher and Nevis to approve statutory rule and order number 4 of 2025 made by the Minister on the section 27.2 of the Valued Added Tax Act, Cap 18.47, in respect of a special VAT reduction from the 1st day of January 2025. Whereas it is provided by Section 27.2 of the Value Added Tax Act, Cap 1847.47, that the Minister with responsibility for finance may calculate the rates of tax at such other than rate as the minister may by order specify that such order shall be subject to the affirmative resolution of the National Assembly. And whereas the Minister of Finance considered it expedient to introduce a measure to create a 6-month fiscal stimulus with effect from 1st day of January 2025 until the 30th day of June 2025, and make a pronouncement that to that effect during the appropriation address in December 2024. And whereas by statutory rule and order number 4 of 2025, made by the Minister with responsibility for finance under Section 27(2) of the Value Added Tax Act, in respect of a special VAT reduction rate of 13% on sales on vatable goods and services ordinarily subject to the standard rate of 17%, which took effect from 1st day of January 2025 until the 30th day of June 2025. Now be it resolved, therefore, that the National Assembly of St. Christopher and Nevis hereby affirms the order of the Minister of Finance to reduce the rate of VAT to a rate of 13% with effects from 1st January 2025 until 30th June 2025. That's it. Madam Speaker, as you can see, we passed this to help our people to get an ease with respect to inflation, and inflation that is international. I just want to alert our public that in a meeting that I'm having now with CARICOM, we had an evaluation by our trade expert to CARICOM, and he's speaking about the measures that are being taken by the United States of America with respect to containers that has any affiliation to China. And I can say that what is being discussed is extremely serious, as it can have a tremendous impact on the cost of living across the whole of the Caribbean region, added to what is happening at this present moment, something we have absolutely no control over. And it is why it's important that we have to develop, I would say, closer trade routes between us and other means, be it South America, Central America, and other areas. That we have to also develop in St. Kitts and Nevis our agricultural sector so that we can become more resilient. And therefore, that is being closely monitored by CARICOM, and it is also being closely monitored by us. I will order that we get an analysis in concert with what CARICOM is doing for us to get a real understanding of the significant impact of a measure like this on the CARICOM region. So CARICOM called an emergency meeting to discuss the matter. That is how serious this matter is at this point in time. It is fluid, and of course CARICOM is carving out its response as to how it will deal with an unprecedented approach in terms of international trade. As we know, most of what CARICOM gets go through the United States of America, Florida. Stuff that comes from Mexico to the Caribbean, a lot of it go to Florida and then come here. And when CARICOM sends stuff, it goes back to Florida fundamentally. So almost 90+% of what we get come through Florida. So it means, therefore, that the hit will be significant if we don't get a carve-out or we aren't able to resolve matters if this actually goes into effect. So I just want us to know what is coming to the CARICOM region with respect to the trade war that is taking place. We are collateral damage, and it is sad. One of the other analysis that was shown is that CARICOM has an overall 10% deficit of total trade back and forth with the United States of America, one of the few regions in the world that has a negative trade deficit, meaning that the United States benefits much more from trade with us than we do America. In other words, we buy more than we send. So that is different to the other countries or region of the world, such as Europe or as far East, China and so forth. We have a negative trade balance. So it is actually the invert or the reverse of what everybody else is, that the United States is speaking of with respect to the trade deficit. It is actually to our detriment, actually. We're not producing enough to send to them, and we take so much from them and it's in the billions of dollars when you look across the whole CARICOM region. And so therefore, already with a negative trade deficit, and this to be added on will be devastating for the region. And when you hear the economists and the trade specialists speak, this would be something that we have not seen in our region, maybe never in its history. I'm not sure what happened during World War I and II, but this is unprecedented if this goes into effect. And therefore, I just wanted to pronounce that on this resolution, because this resolution was actually serving to help to deal with the cost of living that is happening across the whole region. And our inflation has already begun to stabilize at 2%, and been stabilizing for a while, which means we weren't expecting any serious jump in costs. We would have passed COVID, would have passed all of that, and so prices are now stabilizing. But with this new trade war, this certainly has the potential to blow everything out of the water, Madam Speaker. And this is not to alarm, but is a fact, and I saw it going around in social media, but I did not want to speak on it until CARICOM would have met and we would have discussed the implications of such measures. So I wanted to bring it here. Nonetheless, we will continue to do what we can do to help to ease the burden of our people here in St. Kitts and Nevis. We were actually anticipating that the inflation would stabilize, and by 6 months into the year, it will come down even below 2% and stabilize, which means prices will be much more stable, and therefore the issues of inflation would have basically been resolved. But based on what is happening, we have to prepare ourselves and not just wait and see, but we are being proactive, and we are doing it collectively as CARICOM, because our voices joined together is stronger than any individual voice. And therefore, I will be able to update the country again, maybe within a week or two, with respect to the impact of the trade war, where we are collateral damage, already suffering from a deficit trade relation with the United States of America. Now to have this added on will be a double whammy that can have significant impact. But again, we wait and see if it will go into effect, but we are not waiting and seeing without doing anything. We are acting as one region. So thank you, Madam Speaker, with your leave.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Seconder. I recognize the Honourable Member for St. Christopher 1.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to second the motion and resolution. Thank you.
The question is that a resolution of the National Assembly of St. Christopher and Nevis to approve statutory rule and order number 4 of 2025 made by the Minister under Section 27(2) of the Value Added Tax Act, Cap 18.47, in respect of a special VAT reduction from the first day of January 2025 be adopted. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
Adjournment.
I recognize the Honourable Senator, Dr. Clark.
Madam Speaker, today, 21st March, some 36 years ago. No. We, in Constituency 6, would have celebrated the representation or the commencement of the representation of the Right Honourable Dr. Denzil Douglas as our parliamentary representative. I pause for the applause. So it gives me such great pleasure to stand here, albeit in his absence as he represents the nation and government business, to wish Dr. Douglas serious congratulations for such long-standing service to nation and people, to acknowledge that no normal person can serve for so long in such a difficult role, and no normal person and none of us can ever think and can ever fit in such humongous shoes, given the service, the yeoman service that he has given not only to this nation, but to the people of Constituency 6. We celebrate Dr. Douglas for his outstanding achievement to and contribution to the development of our constituency in the areas of education, sports, housing, business and economic development, and infrastructure. And given that it's 36 years, permit me to read a few. In education, the establishment and expansion of the early childhood education centers in all communities and upgrades to the primary schools and the new construction of the Diepbe Primary, provision of scholarships and support for students pursuing tertiary education at home and abroad, the establishment of the Sadler's Secondary School, and the establishment of the St. Paul's Daycare Center in particular. In the area of sports, the development of community sporting facilities in Newton Ground, St. Paul's, and Sadler's. Promotion of youth engagement through community sports programs and tournaments. In housing, delivery of affordable homes across Newton Ground, St. Paul's, Sadler's, Diepbe, through the Labour Party administration housing initiatives. Implementation of home improvement and land distribution programs, empowering residents to build and to own. Supporting small and micro enterprises through access to financing and training, facilitation of job opportunities, and entrepreneurship through national programs and local advocacy. In infrastructure, paving and upgrading of village roads and alleyways, drainage systems, bridges throughout the constituency, expansion of water and electrical infrastructure. So definitely, on behalf of the constituency, the branch for number 6, the Labour Party, and all who love Dr. Douglas, his 36th anniversary should celebrate the fact that he's simply the best. And if any of us know Dr. Douglas, you would really believe that he was 10 man in one, because he does so much. He goes all day, all night. He's never too busy to listen to someone. He's never too busy to sit with someone in his constituency, eat, drink, hear their concerns. And no matter what time of night it is, if you have a problem and you press hard enough, Dr. Douglas is going to respond to you and hear you out. He has been an inspiration personally to my entire family. In particular, we wish him the best. If you step into our home, there are 2 photos, the Right Honorable His Excellency Sir Robert Llewellyn Bradshaw and the Right Honorable Dr. Denzel Douglas. And it's just a reminder that generations of our community in Constituency 6 honor, we appreciate, and we love Dr. Douglas for his service, for his gift to us as our leader, and may God continue to bless him until such time that he decides we don't deserve him, and I hope that never comes. Thank you so much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you to the Honourable Senator, Dr. Clark. I recognize the Honourable Member for St. Christopher 3.
Madam Speaker, with your leave, I would like to associate myself with the comments from the Senator in regards to the 36th anniversary of the member from number 6, the Right Honourable Dr. Denzel Llewellyn Douglas. And on behalf of the constituents and people of constituency number 3, we want to extend heartfelt congratulations to a giant of SKN and regional and international politics who has made a mark that will remain forever in our federation and beyond. And we'd like to continue to wish him health and strength to continue to serve in whichever capacity he sees fit to continue to serve and know that there is the full support of the Cabinet and the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party, speaking even as a deputy leader of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party, for his political journey going forward. And wish him safe returns to the Federation as he continues to do the nation's business abroad. All the very best to Dr. Denzel Llewellyn Douglas. I would like to just pivot to, on that, while Joel says he's simply the, sorry, Dr. Clark, my apologies. Dr. Clark says he's simply the best. I want to invite everyone to the best breakfast in the morning time at the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party constituency number 3 breakfast that takes place tomorrow at the constituency office in the constituency, starting at, I think, 6 a.m. or 6 a.m. in the morning. None of them can dispute that it is the best breakfast. Number 3. So I want to wish everybody, I want to invite everyone to the breakfast tomorrow morning, and wish everyone a safe weekend. May it please you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you to the Honourable Member for St. Christopher 3. I recognize the Honourable Member for St. Christopher 1.
Madam Speaker, I rise on the adjournment as well to lend my words of congratulations to Senior Minister, the Right Honourable Dr. Denzel Douglas, and to indicate, Madam Speaker, that I have been on that journey some 36 years ago.
I thought you're 40.
Well, you calculate what you want. And he has been such a role model, one who has been exhibiting to us over these many years, one filled with strength as well. And on behalf of the constituents of East Bastille, in particular, that I'm so able and happy to be representing at this time, to convey congratulations to him and invite them out with me on Sunday as we worship with him. Look at that young picture. Oh boy. As we worship with him, yeah, about 10, at the Newton Ground Church of God of Prophecy on this Sunday, starting at 8 a.m. in the morning. And Madam Speaker, I want to publicly at this time thank all those men of East Bastille and by extension other areas who came out to our first Just for Men gathering, where our men had an opportunity to socialize and at the same time listen to and participate in 2 presentations, one from the Health Promotion Unit, promoting safe sex and other areas, and also dealing specifically answering questions as it relates to men's health. From all report, it turned out to be beyond expectations, not only in the participation, but the support of the donors for the food and that kind of stuff. And I mean, it was said to me personally by the officials that they cannot remember ever having an audience with men when about 85 of them sat in one space, listening and participating. Some even went and had did the test for the HIV status, which is very good because, as you know, it's on the rise now, and this is something that we are promoting as we continue to build a constituency. So I want to say thanks to the presenters from the Health Promotion Unit
Mrs. Lucine Pemberton Vaughan and the entire team, and also Dr. Al Pierre from Urgent Care. And what's the doctor's name for the Dr. Yeah, the others, yes. So once again, thank you, gentlemen, and as you requested, we'll do it again. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you to the Honourable Member for St. Christopher 1. I recognize the Honourable Member for Nevis Town.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to join as well in congratulating the member for St. Christopher 6, Dr. Denzel Douglas, on his 36th anniversary, and I wish him continued success. I also want at this time, Madam Speaker, to remind us all in St. Kitts and Nevis that next week the spotlight will be on agriculture in Nevis. The Agri Expo, which is one of the largest events on the calendar of activities on Nevis, at the ETW Park next Thursday and Friday, the 27th and the 28th of March. We'll be celebrating our patroness, Mr. Daniel Atherton, who has been involved in agriculture practically all of his life. And we will be celebrating under the theme, A New Era, Leveraging Technology for Sustainable and Inclusive Agriculture. And for those of us who have attended the event before would know that it's an event that is person look forward to, an event that exposes everything agriculture and non-agriculture as well. And so we're expecting folks to come. I know we normally have a lot of patrons from St. Kitts, and so I would invite all the patrons who normally come and others who have never come to come and experience what our Agri Expo is like on the island of Nevis. We promise you that it will be an event that you will never forget and you will always want to come to. So I just want to remind all of us in St. Kitts and Nevis to be at the ETW Park next Thursday and Friday for the spotlight to be on agriculture. May it please you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member for Nevis 10.
Madam Speaker,
I recognize the Honourable Member for St. Christopher 5.
Allow me a few minutes on this, the wrap-up. To, in the first instance, extend happy birthday greetings in advance to a young lady from Sandy Point who is my wife. She has dubbed herself that particular way. And that is Miss Angeline Rivan, who is making 103 on Monday of next week. So on my own behalf, on behalf of the constituents, and certainly on behalf of the Parliament and the people of St. Kitts and Nevis, I want to wish a happy birthday in advance. I do intend to visit her on Monday as usual. On a different note, I extend condolences to a number of grieving families in Sandy Point. I think thus far for the year, Madam Speaker, we probably have had perhaps more than 20 deaths in Sandy Point. And just within the last week or so, we have had 5. So I extend condolences to the family of Snowman, the family members of Maxwell Richards, Evelyn Freights, Elroy Douglas, better known as Sully, and Elva Lake of the Mount Tidal area. I should also add Betsy Hutchinson, who was buried on Monday of this week. May their souls rest in peace. They have all made a significant contribution towards the development of Sandy Point. Snowman was a well-known mechanic to the bottom of the Brimstone Hill Road area. Mrs. Freights had been an entrepreneur for quite a number of years. Sully, who some on the opposition bench may know because he's the brother of the Labour candidate for Sandy Point, who would have served as the postman for the area for quite a number of years. Mr. Lake, while I do not quite know what the different jobs that she did, certainly she would have made her contributions to the development of Sandy Point in different ways. And I think I am forgetting somebody who I would have, and Maxwell, who would have worked, I think, for TDC and various other organizations throughout the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis. Again, my condolences to all of the grieving families.
Thank you to the Honourable Member for St. Christopher 5. I recognize the Honourable Member for St. Christopher 4.
Madam Speaker, with your leave, I rise on the adjournment to join my colleagues in celebrating a man who I call the icon. Member for St. Christopher, the Right Honourable Dr. Denzil Douglas, a man whom I've always admired for his composure, his leadership, and his ability to command the room. His stature may say otherwise if you look at it from size. When he walks into the room, his presence is huge. And that speaks to the capacity of the man. He has a huge heart, a wealth of knowledge, and he's just, as they would say, 10 men in one. And we can't deny that. But I also, Madam Speaker, want to welcome everyone to church with us in St. Christopher 4 and Challengers on Sunday morning as we venture to the Challengers Church of God and give blessings. And I want to extend the invitation to all to join us in St. Christopher 4 for our church service, our monthly church service. And as we go and continue to remain connected and do the good deeds for our people. And with that, Madam Speaker, may it please you.
Thank you to the Honourable Member for St. Christopher 4. I recognize the Honourable Member for St. Christopher 8.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. With your leave, I speak on the adjournment again to really join with all of my colleagues and the Parliament in general to recognize the anniversary on entering into this Parliament. And I'm speaking of the Right Honourable Dr. Denzil Douglas. He brought me in to the politics when he was the leader in 2013. It was August 2013 when I first stepped on a stage for the Labour Party on Bank Street. I will never forget that night. I was not even declared properly yet to be the candidate. I was in the crowd, and he saw me, and he said, "Come up on the stage." And I think that's the first political speech that I ever had. And so it shows that this is a grand party where transition is critically important. It is the oldest party in the English-speaking Caribbean for a number of reasons, and this is one of them. How do you continue to progress and pass on leadership in a very, I would say, a manner that is pleasing and a manner that ensures continuity? That has always been the hallmark of Labour, and we intend for it to continue that way. And so that example that came from way back in the 1930s, I admire significantly, and to really appreciate that he's a part of that as well, and to congratulate him and his long years of service to the people of constituency number 6 and to the party in general, and overall to the country, the region, and the world. Congratulations, Dr. Denzil Douglas. Right Honourable. I want to take this opportunity to really extend condolences to our caretaker for constituency number 5, the Ambassador Kenneth Douglas, His Excellency, and the passing of his brother who recently passed, and I think the funeral is coming up next week. And so on behalf of all of us, I want to extend condolences to him and to his family, and to let him know that he has our full support in this most critical and, I would say, bereavement period. Also want to extend condolences to the Bazzi family of Lower Monkey Hill in the great state of St. Peter's, and the passing of the matriarch of the family. She passed just recently. She was a stalwart in the Lower Monkey Hill area. She has been very influential. Her family has been very influential as well. And to all of the surviving members, I want to extend our deepest condolences and our support to them as well. Madam Speaker, today is a day when we recognize Down syndrome. And of course, my socks reflect that we really recognize this day as well. And to say to all of our people, our community, that those who need our support, that we must always give them our support. We must be compassionate, and our compassion should extend to those who need a helping hand. And through that community, I want them to know that this administration will do everything in support of them having a normal life here in St. Kitts and Nevis, despite their challenges. Want to wrap up by saying we will be having, Madam Speaker, in Keon, a grand affair where I'm inviting the whole of Keon and beyond. And it's dubbed, let me give you the name, I don't want to get the name wrong, Madam Speaker, but I want to give you the name, yes, because this is called the Flaming Red Grill and Chill, Saturday, 22nd March at Maynard's Park, Keon, starts at 5 p.m. And it has here drinks, $10 for 3 beers and $10 for any top shelf mixed drinks. And then you can get what food, you have chicken, you have pork, you have ribs, and you have grilled fish, you'll have dominoes, draft, bouncing castle, a whole family atmosphere for all, Madam Speaker. So I want to invite the whole of Keon and the environs and all of my colleagues to the Flaming Red on Saturday night in Keon. Just to add, my dear wife, who has the Joy Project, she will be handing over the Pediatric Learning Area Center that her foundation has refreshed and renewed. New painting, new toys, new this, new that, so that the children who go to the pediatric ward as patients can have a very safe space where they can continue their learning and their education would not have to be disrupted. She thought that this area needed to be enhanced, and she has enhanced it. And so tomorrow, she will be handing it over officially to the hospital. So that I wanted to highlight, and so I will be at the hospital tomorrow as she hands this over. So, Madam Speaker, with that, may it please you.
Thank you to the Honourable Member for St. Christopher 8. May I have a motion? If there is no other presenter.
Madam Speaker, I move the motion that this House stands adjourned, sign the die.
Is there a seconder?
Madam Speaker, I second that motion.
The question is that the House stands adjourned, sign a die. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. House stands adjourned, sign a die.